Good morning. We're back for our final day of the 1 in 31 Connection Autism Summit. It's been such an incredible 4 days, and I hope that those of you who have been able to join us, whether it's been by viewing, listening, or maybe you'll catch the pre recordeds later. We're so grateful for your interest, and we want you to join us on this journey to really help bring education and hope, joy to the families and caregivers, educators, employers, everyone involved. Thank you to our sponsors who have helped us create such an incredible summit this year. I'm so proud of how wonderful it's been. I am excited that it's my biggest event yet, and it just gives me inspiration and hope for more years to come. 100 speakers that I just want to take a second to honor and just give all of my praise, and commend them so much. Just what a special gift to be able to have people want to be a part of something that you see so much passion for. Um, and so I just really want to, in the future, I want everyone to know that if you have a voice, if you have advocacy work that you're doing, if you want to join our community and our speakers, you're always welcome to do so. I will find a place for you to be here. It's all about how we find and make those connections, and that's what I've really found this year in this summit is the amazing connections, which I'm so proud of the panelists. When I first sent out this email thread, um, all of a sudden there was this beautiful response system that started happening, and everyone was introducing themselves to one another. And I just thought that it was such an incredible way to start the exact connection moments that I was trying to create here for everyone, to go forward in collaboration, in service to one another, because the more we have to offer those we love and those we serve, the better we give them opportunities as well. So without talking too much more, I guess it's only 10:01. I didn't do too bad. I want to say hello to our morning panelists. Let me just bring up that outline. So I'm trying to stay on top of things, guys. Isn't that the way it goes? Um, it's going to be a great day today. It's a little bit shorter day, starting a little bit later, Saturday morning. I mean, we all needed a little sleep in, and we have some incredible panels today. We're going to start this morning with a panel. The topic is supporting families across every stage. And I'm really excited to bring Kate and Jeff up. I think Megan had to step away for this morning, so it may just be us three. And there's been so many changing, moving parts that somebody might come, but I don't remember who, and I'm not sure if they will. But we'll see. It doesn't matter. This is going to be a really great time for us to just take whatever time we need. So, hi.
Morning.
Have
Good
you
morning.
been this whole time? Holy moly. Hope I didn't just do that whole thing, with my microphone off to the side.
Oh no, I heard you.
Okay, good.
You're good.
Oh, it would just be that. It would, that would just happen. Oh, it's so nice to see you guys. Thank you, Jeff. And thank you, Kate, for being here.
Thanks for having us.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
So great to see you both. We, like I said, Megan had sent a message. I can't recall, but she wasn't able to make it. So, and we just roll with the punches, and we make it a little bit more intimate between us three. So that'll be fantastic. And Jeff, life, it's okay. Life is lifing all the time. So you need to, everybody has, there might be a puppy that comes in, a kid, anytime. So yeah, we just kind of deal with it. Kate, please introduce yourself. Let us know a little bit more about you, and we'll go from there.
My name is Kate Fling. I am a certified child life specialist. So, for those of you who don't know what that is, my background is in child development, education, and trauma informed care. So, in my practice, I use assessment, developmentally appropriate preparation, and education to really just help families and children understand and better cope with any kind of medical situation that they're in, diagnosis, or even a transition that may be happening in their life. I also work with children of divorced families. And really, my focus, the lens is assessing the child, assessing the family, and then figuring out what we can do to help the children understand exactly what's going on, be prepared for what's about to happen, and really help them feel empowered. And then on the other side of that, it's helping them cope with whatever may be difficult about the situation that they're facing.
I love that. Yeah.
Thanks. You said, Sarah, you had some experience with child life yourself?
Yes. Yeah, we did talk about that. And it's so interesting that you said that too, because just in yesterday, I think it was in another panel, or we were talking about the and this is great because I want you to put your thinking hat on, and we're going to brainstorm some things of the maybe the lack for older adult or teen in that same breath, right? With child life, with like, well, where's the teen life services people or that? And
Right.
so we want to just dive into more of that. We'll do that another time.
That sounds awesome.
But I think that it's really exciting because child life has like gotten us through some of the hardest, most traumatic medical experiences that our family has ever faced. And, every family has different levels of, things. So, but when my daughter was 8, she broke her tibia fibula. And we obviously were in the emergency room, the ambulance, the hospital, admitted, had surgery, all sorts of things. And so, and she had just before that recently just been diagnosed. And so it was all so new and everything. And we that piece of the child life piece and being able to have all of those things brought to her and offered to her and like just really ease and comfort her in those moments. Not only that, but like teach her what was going to happen. I think that she really appreciated the tools that were offered. I think at the time it was like a little teddy bear and he had an arm cuff on his arm and maybe like a little pretend shot, and they were like coaching through what was going to happen. And it really helped her in that she is a planner. Number one, needs to know what's going to happen. She wants that plan, and so it was, thank goodness that those things are available.
Yeah, I'm so happy you had a good experience.
Yeah, 100%. Thank you so much. I'm excited to go further into this and out of here and all of that stuff. Jeff, it's great to see you again. Tell us a little bit about yourself. Introduce yourself.
Thanks again, Sarah, for having me. My name is Jeff Light. I am a chartered special needs consultant. I run an organization, founded and run an organization called An Inclusive Future. What I do is I help families plan through all the different life stages. I recently had a book get published on this, Beyond Your Lifetime. And it really, the way I describe it is we deal with all of the now what's that families face in the planning process, starting pre-diagnosis, after the diagnosis, school starting, transition planning beginning, school coming to an end, and then the very, very difficult now what's as parents begin to age and eventually pass away, and what we need to have in place in order to ensure that our loved ones are properly cared for and things are going to move the way that they need to move. I was a financial advisor for 25 years. I resigned January, effectively the beginning of this year, to focus on this practice. I began this in 2015, and it has slowly just taken over my every day to the extent of I just needed to get that side of things out of my hair, so to speak. Clearly not, that's not a literal statement, but really what to break it down further, I help families wherever they are in the process. And, what is the vision that you have for your loved one's future? Where are you today? And then I start organizing the steps. This is an overwhelming area that I do work in when we talk about government benefits and programs and the legal side, the financial side, insurance, residential issues both now and in the future, and just be able to say, we're going to do this in bits and pieces, and we'll design a plan for you. So that is the pretty much my introduction. That's what I do.
Wow. I mean, just like, you two are so incredible. This is the best. This is the best panel. Okay, all the panels are the best, but this is going to be a great conversation. You guys have such different, vast, experiences, and so I think it'll be. Oh, I'm just so excited. Okay, well, today we are going to. I'm just kind of reading off my notes. Pardon me. Talk about. No family follows the exact same path, but every family deserves support, understanding, hope. And today we'll discuss how we can strengthen families throughout every stage of life. We will just go down the list here. What do families need most immediately after a diagnosis? Kate, where do you find your families you're serving with what are those immediate needs?
Sure. So I didn't say this earlier, but I come from a background of 15 years in a large children's hospital in the Northeast. And more recently, I have started a private practice. So I'm servicing families in the community too. So, I see a wide variety of children and families with different diagnoses. And I think regardless of what the diagnosis is, the first thing that families need is clear, manageable information. They need validation, and they need to know what the next right step is, not like the next 10 steps. They need the next right step. So oftentimes what I see is a family is coming in to, the hospital, and they have an idea that something is going on, but oftentimes they've been to a lot of visits, a lot of appointments, and they've really, gotten to a point where they know something's up, but they're not quite sure what. So there can be a little bit of relief that comes along with saying the word of the diagnosis, but then there's also a lot of fear and uncertainty and overwhelm that comes along with that. So what I've found is, and where I come in from the child life lens is, let's break this big thing down into as simple terms as possible, explain what's going on right now, what they need to know right now, and then really focus on that next step, to try to mitigate a little bit of that overwhelm.
Yeah. And Jeff, you can appreciate that because right away they want to know, oh my gosh, what does my future look like? What is the end? Like, and you're like, no. We're just at this beginning part. Let's just stay here. Kind of tell us your views on that.
Well, I will 100% agree. I really liked how Kate even said the next right step, because that's, you break it down into steps, and that is more, where I come in, is what I said earlier is, there might be 50 things that we need to do. And that's way too many. So you break it down into bits and pieces and say, here's the next steps in order. But, the pre-diagnosis, which I mentioned, certainly as part of my book, I say pretty much first paragraph in there, I have the least experience in that, because nobody's talking to a special needs planner before they know that there is anything going on. But I did get... I interviewed a number of families that I've worked with in the past to get their experience at this pre-diagnosis to diagnosis. And I heard some very, very interesting stories. Two stories mirrored each other, at least when they were told something was wrong and how they were told something was wrong. And it was both 17-week ultrasound and around the 21st week ultrasound. Both mothers gave me the exact same story. The technician stood up, said, I need to go get a doctor, and walks out of the room and leaves mom sitting in there with all sorts of thoughts going through her head. The one at 17 weeks, they did not get an actual diagnosis, the actual diagnosis, until their son was 7 years old. This is clearly not a typical scenario, but they ran tests for years before they were able to get it. And one of the things that mother said, I wish we would have had, is it wasn't the diagnosis itself, but the diagnosis gives you access to, as they describe it, as I describe it, your people. Who are the people that you can talk to that are going down a similar path as you? And even if there is, if an individual is born with Down syndrome, that is something where you have your people. Things like autism typically does not get diagnosed for several years. But having other people to talk to lean on, to get information, to find out what their next right step was, and what they would recommend. Because, the word overwhelm, Kate said, I say it a lot. Surprisingly, it is only used 20 times in my book. It actually really surprised me when I searched that up, because I say it a heck of a lot more than 20 times any day. It is, you are just, everything hits you. When you get the word, everything all of a sudden hits you at once. And yes, it does, and can send you down the path you need to be on. But it's like a load of bricks landing on you at that point in time, and you need to have people to talk to. And then getting into, even what Kate said, then you're getting into those next steps, and what do we do now, and who else can we talk to?
The community piece is so important, and I think it takes a while to really find, unless you already have family or friends that are in those types of fields. And maybe today it's a little bit different, and there are some more, way more resources like online and things. But I remember in 2010 not having very many resources and not finding a lot of people I could talk to. I did have a wonderful friend with ADHD that worked at the Jewish Children's Center, community center. And I remember her really just loving on me and kind of trying to, coach me and just say, it's okay. It's autism and ADHD are very similar. Like, I can help. Just tried to help me kind of understand where I should be coming from, I guess, is the point of that. And so I'll always be grateful for her for that. And she probably doesn't even know, she was just being herself and doing the friend thing. And I think she probably doesn't even know that impact that lays so heavy on my heart. But yeah, we were just talking about this yesterday, how if there could just be a parent coach in all of these situations, to be there to say, I got you. It's okay. I'm already here. We got this. I got a map right here behind me. Don't worry about it. You just be here. I'll be here with you. We need to find and incorporate this.
I agree completely. And I do think that the child life piece, I find more in my community practice, I would say, than the hospital, but in both situations, right? I'm sort of there with the language to explain the big things to the children or, the siblings, whoever is involved. But a lot of times I'll have parents pull me aside and say, hey, thank you. Now I understand what's going on too. Because sometimes, providers are in and out of the room. They're using the technical explanations. And then occasionally parents are even, don't necessarily want to express that they're having a hard time, fully processing what's going on. So that breaking things down into more digestible pieces really goes a long way for the parents and any of the caregivers too, in my experience.
Absolutely. Yeah, I love that. And I think that the right step, I think that'll be our takeaway from that, first taking that first right step. I love that. How do families need to change as children become teens and adults? That's tricky because that's pretty broad. But what's kind of a main theme you guys could, think about? Jeff, what do you think about that?
Well, I'm going to reiterate something that you said earlier. I think this is a great panel because Kate and I are coming from two very different sides of things, two very necessary sides of things.
Absolutely.
But, this question stood out because this is, the core of what I do is things change significantly from the planning side of things. So a phrase I used to use, I've modified it a little bit, but when describing what I do, my elevator pitch is I'm a resource for families with the legal. Let me give you my asterisk right now. I'm not an attorney. I cannot give legal advice, but here's the but. But I understand how trust work and probate works and a lot of how these legal components work. We do need to utilize attorneys for a good portion of this. So take that out of my 17-second elevator pitch. I'm a resource with the legal, financial, insurance, and government benefit issues families face both now and in the future. What I see a lot is families really struggle with the government benefit side of things. It is overwhelming. There are just under, a million acronyms in that world that families have to juggle and navigate. And the rules change as to when somebody is eligible, how income affects those benefits. But just, being able to say, and I break it down, even what I do, I break it down into three separate areas: if planning, 18 preparation, and when planning. So the if planning is, what do we need to have in place if something were to happen to mom and dad? And that if can be, a number of things on the financial side, from the, what if you don't make it home from work today? What if you can't work tomorrow? And the planning that we need to go through on that side of things. The when planning is the difficult one, is what do we need to have in place when something happens? And I ask a very difficult question to families that tell me that they do believe that they have a plan. And the question I ask, and again, I understand the difficultness and how hard this question is to say, it's what happens the day after you're both gone. Okay. What is the plan? Because that is a key area of when something needs to happen. Where is your child going to live? And we have plans typically for that. Maybe it's with a brother or sister. Maybe it's in this facility or that facility. Maybe we've never looked. And if we've never looked, what we're going to find are wait lists, and we're going to find a lot of problems with that. So, it's answering those questions. And that 18 prep is, we're going through significant changes at the age of 18. The law shifts from individual is a minor, they are a child, to they are an adult. And what do we need to have in place if we need some type of legal protections, whether it is a guardianship? All the way on one side, supported decision making doesn't require anything. It's just, this is kind of the step. Medical documents, HIPAA paperwork. And I tell families, I said, your primary care doctor may or may not have any problem continuing to talk with you. But what if you are someplace else and your child is 18 years and 5 days when something happens? And you're in a different city, a different town, a different state. The doctors aren't going to be able to talk with mom and dad about any of these things. And so we need to have those figured out. So that's part of 18 prep. And the other part is, and I know different states have different rules, but from an SSI and Medicaid standpoint, the eligibility rules change at 18 from being based on household income until 18, and then it's based on the individual's income. So if we need to do some of these things, we don't want to start exploring them at age 18. There are exams that need to be completed within a year of that court date, and it is a court date for guardianship proceedings. We just need to have those steps knocked out. And in order to get there, we need to be proactive with our planning. We need to be talking these things out as we're getting closer to that, as opposed to just doing another Google search at age 18. And Google is an overwhelming tool when there is not one specific answer to your question. And there is not one answer to, my child has autism, Down syndrome. What do I need to do to plan for their future? What I have found is that leaves families even more overwhelmed when they do type that in there. They know that they have a lot that they need to do, and Google just throws out a whole bunch more information that families may have never even heard of. And so again, that's where I come in. Let's take all that. Let's take this overwhelm and just break it down. How do we take this overwhelm and build a plan for you? And we do it just simply by having these conversations.
Yeah. Wonderful questions, by the way, too. It really, really gets you thinking. And I'm sure my husband is watching and listening, and we're both like, okay, our kid is 16 and a half. Yes, we need to start now. And I don't know if we've actually had that discussion. So that's good. Honey, if you're listening, we're talking later. It's so true. How about on your end, Kate? How do families need change? How do families needs change as children become teens and adults? And that's kind of funny that I had mentioned that earlier too about.
Yeah. Well, I mean, first of all, I think what Jeff is providing is so concrete and so helpful, because that whole, Google, Reddit, Instagram, TikTok, right? Like there's such a rabbit hole when you're going through something hard and all you want is the answer, you really are so susceptible to just going down, a rabbit hole that doesn't necessarily get you the plan or the answers or has conflicting information. So I think it's so interesting to think about, like, that legal, practical guardianship side of things, and how that is such a huge and important thing that needs to be taken care of, for these kids and their families. From my child life angle, looking at child development. When I say child development, I don't necessarily mean chronological age. I mean cognitive development stage. And I think that the needs change depending on the level of support needed, right? So my profession is so steeped in assessment. So I have a tendency to be like, okay, give me all the facts about the family, the background, the child, what level of support they need. But I think that, if I kind of simplify it and look at it through that development lens, young children need to be, to feel safe. Their safety is the priority. They need routine. They need predictability. They need predictable caregivers, things like that. When they move into more of school age, levels, we're talking about some increased participation, whatever that looks like for them, some autonomy, to make some decisions, to be able to say yes or no, or in the case where profound support is needed, some agency, right? And then in adolescence, you continue to move into that agency. How can they communicate? How do we know if they're hurting? How do we know if they're not feeling great about something? How do we know if they're loving something and enjoying something? And really, and in other cases, we're moving towards self-advocacy, right? How do you exist in the world as an adult human? Maybe your caregivers started in those younger years speaking for you, then maybe you kind of work together to advocate for yourself. And then eventually, it's time for you to self-advocate. But in the case where profound support is needed, I think that independence is less, like full independence is less of a goal, but figuring out how they like to communicate, how they best communicate, how to make sure that their dignity is maintained and their quality of life is maintained becomes really important. So you kind of go from that safety, which honestly probably seems easier, even though it's a difficult thing depending on the child, to that kind of where even Jeff comes in, right? Where like, how do I make sure that this individual's quality of life is as good as it can possibly be? How do we make sure that we're honoring them as the individual that they are and showing respect for who they are and what their preferences are?
Absolutely. That's fantastic. It's such an important part. I love telling my own stories to relate to these things. So that's just my jam. But I had a sister-in-law with Down syndrome, and she stayed with us for the last year before she went into a home, which we never wanted to have to do. But sometimes those things come to those pieces. And it was such a hard thing, but being able to really learn how to be a caretaker, how to care for someone like that, and how to just like you said, just make sure that like dignity and all of those things were maintained. It was such a lesson, such a really a lesson for me, and I'm so grateful that I had that experience. But just wanted to I was just really lucky.
That's a great example. And I think an example I've seen in the hospital is if somebody requires profound support, they still deserve the respect, and they still deserve privacy and things like that. So if you are coming in and doing an invasive procedure, still verbalizing what you're doing and showing what you're doing, and asking permission and things like that just are really important. And I think that there's such better training now, in the medical field along those lines, but, we still have a ways to go with all of that. But I think just, making sure that we are entering into that patient, relationship with as much respect for the person as possible is really important.
Yeah, absolutely. And Danielle had made a comment, future planning is so important and unfortunately still continues to be a task that is delayed. No fault to anyone. It's a hard conversation, but it's extremely important. Yeah, and sure is.
One thing, with as Kate was talking about, is both of you are talking about doctors in the medical side of things. I'm very, very fortunate to have a good friend of mine who is a doctor, and I interviewed him for this as well. And, one of the things that he talked about is, when you're going through medical school, there's no training for this. There's not training that says how, you're trained for a patient that says my stomach hurts. Okay, well, we'll figure this out. There is not training to help somebody who cannot describe where it hurts and how it hurts, and we've talked about that, and it's, well, how do you train? I mean, how do you do this? And a lot of it, and it's not I certainly don't want this to sound negative, but a lot of the medical side of things is a bit of trial and error. It's certainly trial and error when we're this dosage and that dosage, but that range is significantly wider when the caregiver knows that there is something wrong, but caregiver doesn't know, and we can't figure out all of the symptoms. And that's one of the things that he mentioned in that interview, and we got a kick out of it. You don't go to the doctor and say this is what's going on and expect to see that exact behavior. And one of the things that he recommended is film and document and take pictures, so it's easier for them to try to identify that. And then shifting gears to what Danielle said, one of the issues, and I've identified this, now it's a matter of trying to solve this, is this information is delayed because it's not provided in any one place at one point in time. And where a lot of that, and what I have been trying to work on is introducing this into the IEP structure, whereas not for the schools to become experts on this, but to address it and to tell families that there is a need to start gathering information for what is going to happen outside of their walls. The problem is there's just not a lot of people that do what I do. I would tell you, in my best guess, it's less than 100 people in the country, and I know a good chunk of them. But transition IEPs, which are required by law to start by age 16, focus on secondary education, employment, training, and independent living. But we're at a point, when this is at no later than 16, typically 14 to 16 years old. To me, that's the latest point in time where this, there are financial things, there are benefits, there are legal changes that are going to happen while you're still here, while your child is still attending our school, that you need to start figuring some of these things out. And every state is different. Michigan offers special education to 26. Most stop at 21. So, we have a few more years here of delaying and maintaining structure is more or less how I kind of describe it. But this information needs to be available. And that is the problem. It's one of, my focuses is to get this information out to families sooner. Just to help. I mean, it's not the same for everybody. And that was the introduction with this. Everybody's going down a different path, but that actually causes more of the overwhelm and complications with this.
That's so true. And Danielle also mentioned very few universities have dedicated time to IDD care in medical school or at the undergraduate level. And she's been working for some really big organizations. So I know that she sees a lot on the end where she's at. It's so important. These are the most amazing discussions to be having. Thank you guys so much. How do we help? Let's see. I'm so sorry. I went off my screen. There we go. How can professionals better support caregivers?
I mean, I think in the community, in the medical field, and really even in schools, I'll speak from that lens. I think remembering that caregivers are the experts is really important. I think getting curious about what do you see in your child or the child that you're caring for, what lights them up, what is hard for them, what do different behaviors mean, and really partnering with the parents. I think children's hospitals generally do a pretty good job of this, right? But there's other, communities and places where the experts want to tell the parents or the caregivers what's going on, as opposed to realizing that the caregivers actually are the experts. And so I think that that's something that is really important to remember. The caregivers have invaluable information. They are with these kids, day in and day out, and they're able to speak to what their different behaviors mean and what their different preferences are. And I personally, in my own practice, really come from a place of being curious, right? Always, hey, what's going on? Asking a lot of questions first to try to assess the situation, because I'm walking in, they've never met me before, I'm a stranger, right? So why wouldn't I defer to the person who knows them the best, or the child themselves, and ask them different questions about that, how they're feeling, what they like, what they don't like, and how I can help them. And then, you marry that with your expertise and your experience. And I think that everybody wins that way.
Yeah. And that's so lovely too, because, in that setting, the caregiver, the child, everybody feels validated. They feel heard, seen. My needs are being met. Everyone is listening. There's sometimes an air, just from my own perspective, of having a non-speaking child, when you're in that situation of, do they believe me? Am I, and that's hard. Like, I don't want to be met with, not understanding, what I'm and questioned about what I'm bringing to the information. So yeah, that's really.
And their job might be to bring other recommendations or, suggestions based on their experience to you. But ultimately, you are your child's advocate, right? So, making sure that you're respected and, a full conversation is had about what you're seeing and what you think, I think is really, really important. And I think too, kind of back on that topic of like, when you Google something, you go down the rabbit hole. I think we have to remember that, it's not one size fits all ever, right? There's different families with different cultures, with different experiences, with different perspectives on how they want to navigate, their kid's childhood, and I think it's really important to try to tap into that a little bit, so that we're just being respectful of the family as a whole and the dynamic that they're bringing to the table.
Yeah, that is extremely important. And so important to empower caregivers and self-advocates. Yes, thank you, Danielle. I'm so glad that, we have wonderful audience members and keep that engagement full. I love that. Jeff, how do you feel about professionals better supporting caregivers?
I'm going to probably be shorter than my other answers on this one, because I think both of you kind of hit it right on the head. I use the phrasing that, you are the expert on your child. And there are, and part of that is the need to transfer that expertise. That's part of that conversation. Again, just focusing on the awful stuff. But you are. And that's even what I got from the doctor, who said the same thing. Now, professionals being a vague term, I looked at this from the schools. There's a book I read. It was a collection of stories from the individuals, parents, and teachers, and just their viewpoints on the IEP process, and wishing, the book is actually I Wish, collective thoughts from around the IEP table, I think is what the actual title of that book is. And I pointed out, because I referenced it a lot in one of the sections in my book, that says a lot of, what we have to understand is, between the three of these people, these groups, the individual, parents, and the teachers, they are pretty much all on the same page, yet they feel like they're fighting for services. And I actually had a conversation yesterday with Dr. Destiny Huff, who presented in one of the previous sessions on this, who actually is an IEP coach and can go in there and sit in as an advocate with families. But, a lot of that does come from how the IDEA Act itself was passed, and what it was supposed to be funded at versus what reality actually is with that, which is less than half. But there are just so many other professionals out there. I wrote one word down. It's just information. It's having access to the information that families need. Again, just to summarize this, the information so they can make the next right step. And a lot of this stuff, it'll carry over into some of these other questions that you have for us today.
Yeah, no, I think that is so right. That all kind of comes down to giving people the right steps to take. I have little friends visiting us. Sorry about that. A little.
Oh my gosh, they're so cute.
I saw the tail earlier in the top corner of the screen. I did not know what it was at that point.
Yeah, there's
now I know.
And yeah, Dad locked him in, so oh no, good, the door's open. They can get out. Otherwise, they'll be causing havoc. They do that anyways. Oh goodness. Um, we are going to, let's see, talk about some signs of caregiver burnout. I don't know if I'm going to move on to the next one actually, because I do think that is an important thing that caregivers do get, and care for and everything. But I don't know that that is like the best question for both of you to answer. So I'm not going to, unless you really wanted to, please do
I
that.
was just going to say, if you don't mind, because I think I feel
Please.
pretty strongly about this. I think that like tangible resources and tangible assistance, like respite care, services like Jeff offers, those are the kinds of things that will actually prevent burnout. I think sometimes when we think self-care, we think, a massage or a pedicure, and those are all lovely if they help you restore yourself. But when we're talking about like, down in the dumps, like systemic burnout, I think that the conversation needs to be more tangible services that like alleviate that burden and help caregivers know what the next right step is and give them meaningful breaks so that they can take some time to rest, recharge, and, not have their brains spinning out of control all of the time, trying to figure out, which Google website to follow or, which government service is going to help them the most. So I don't have a lot to say on that topic, but I do think that like the tangible resources, trying to get the system to support the families better is really important.
Yeah, I do agree with that.
I'll say one and a half things. I love saying half things. One, I do talk to families quite a bit. Do not ignore self-care. Do not ignore your health. And it's so much easier said than done, as every family that I talk to will, talk about. I don't have time for myself. You have to. Because, as awful as it is, your concerns come to reality sooner if you're not doing this. And even though you don't have time to, but a statement, and this is the half, it's just a statement that somebody made to me. You're taking your child to the doctor, and the doctor is and has to be concerned with the patient. But you need to be able to talk to that doctor about what's going on with you as well. You're at a doctor, and find a doctor that will work with you on that. And I'm not talking about, doing exams or prescribing anything, but the doctor talks about the patient. The doctor needs to talk about the family, because it's all woven together.
Agreed. No, I think that autism is a family of relatability. Like I don't know any, children that live alone with autism. So that's not a good example to use. But yeah, it always comes down to parent, the siblings, the environment, that it is all one. It is a whole unit of autism around an individual. It's not even it is individualized, but it's so connected also with that family unit and how it's being played out. So
yeah, providing support services for siblings too, right? Like from a child life perspective, going and doing some coping sessions, doing some therapeutic activities, allowing them to feel however they feel about the fact that maybe their sibling needs a little more attention or a little more patience, or, mom and dad or, caregivers have to stay over at the hospital, so we have a babysitter, those types of things, they're really real, and that's their lived experience. So validating that lived experience and then helping give them some tools to cope with it, and roles in the family that empower them to feel good about how they impact their family unit can be really powerful.
I like that a lot. Community resources that make the greatest difference. We'll just put Child Life, Jeff Light. Done. No, just joking. Jeff, please.
There are a lot of resources, and probably the things that I focus on in this question are going to be, almost less pertinent than I'm going to wager that Kate's going to be able to talk about. In terms of resources, we know, respite is a huge one. We have to be able to find solutions for that. But I'll say, I'll laugh at myself for saying I'll say this quickly, because it won't be quick, I'm sure. But it's understanding how these programs actually work. And I'm talking about the government programs. and when they are available and how they are available. And my background coming from the financial side of things, I'm not an accountant because I've told a joke in my life, but I deal with the tax code and understanding how that relates to a lot of these different things. And that's the overwhelming stuff that families, in my opinion, you don't need to know this stuff. You just need to know somebody who understands how these different programs work. So even from a resource, if I'm looking at employment, we need to understand how that employment, which does provide a form of respite as well, for parents and other caregivers. But we need to understand we can't be afraid to seek employment because of a fear of the unknown. And that unknown is, what is this income going to do on what these other benefits and services are that we have or we might want to gain access to. So just being able to have a conversation about that, I mean, it's relatively simple. They're black and white numbers that we just need to understand. There are things you can do. There are things that you need to be careful of in terms of income exceeding certain thresholds, but just to be able to provide that information. So that's a short answer for me. It was probably only a minute and a half or 2 minutes.
I love it. Minute and a half. Perfect. It's kind of funny you said the half thing too, because years ago I was creating kind of like a resource thing, a resource autism, but everything that kind of but it was like, which, how to look for these types of therapists, how to look for these type of government things, how to look to these things. Anyway, so we called it autism, the 5.5 steps. And so I just thought that was funny too, that you said that, because my husband and I totally agreed. There's no one step process in this process. It's always like quarter step, half step, 3/4. Okay, wait a second, back step, right? So that's that's kind of a funny play on that. What do you think about that, Kate, about community resources that make the greatest difference?
I tend to operate in my practice out of a place of feeling like everybody has this inherent need to be seen and heard, which isn't an original idea, right? Lots of people think that, lots of therapists think that, but I really do deep in my soul believe that people want to be seen and heard. And I think that having a child with any kind of difference, medical difference, intellectual difference, anything like that, can feel really isolating, particularly in parenting, because parenting it's tricky. People have a lot of judgment. People have a lot of feelings that things should be done this way, or that, a behaved child is some type of, I say behaved in quotations, right? Like is some type of like, you mastered parenting, when in actuality, children are their own individuals, right? And so, parenting helps a little bit, I guess, but at the end of the day, kids are who they are. And so I really think that anything that's going to help somebody feel seen, somebody feel like they have a shared experience, somebody feel less isolated in their experience is really going to help. So the support groups, starting with something like that. Hey, my child has this diagnosis. Oh, your child has this diagnosis. While no two children are the same, maybe that just helps me feel a little less alone and I have somebody to kind of reach out to. And I think mental health care, making that as accessible as possible to caregivers, help coordinating care. I think, Jeff, you sort of do this in one version of things, but how do you coordinate care? On the medical side, there's so many appointments, there's so many specialists, there's so many places we need to get to. How do I make those appointments? How do I reschedule those appointments? How do I make sure that there's transportation to all of those appointments while probably working, because all of this stuff is expensive. So anything that supports the caregiver and makes them feel less isolated and more able to do their day-to-day, I think really improves outcomes for everyone.
Yeah. And I just stuck my own group that I run in Facebook, and sometimes I never take the opportunity to do these things and share all of the things that I actually have. So yeah, there's a group. If anyone is watching or listening and you'd like to join, I can connect you with all of these other amazing people. It is just a support group that I created maybe 5 to 7 years ago, out of the need of just wanting to it started with wanting to connect with my neighbors and just in my neighborhood, and wanting us to have more of like a, hey, if you see my kid out of the house, you get a hold of me immediately. They call me first, and was kind of born out of that. And then over time, it's now like international. It has people from all
Amazing.
over. It's like 2,500 people, so it's way bigger than I had ever anticipated or intended it to be. But it is a wonderful resources. A lot of people from many different places share their resources. So please feel free to join if that's something that you're interested in looking for. Because you're right, those are types of the community resources are really what we need our families to have available to them.
Mhm.
Yeah, so you guys are wonderful. What is one message of encouragement? Did I back up? Yes. What gives you hope when supporting families? I guess that is kind of the same. And a message of encouragement you'd like people to hear today. Go ahead, Kate.
I mean, the families that I work with give me hope and keep my hope alive. It's amazing what circumstances people can face and then still have the ability to dig deep and show up for their family, their children, their community. Things like this where everybody's coming together to talk about, hey, I can help a little bit this way, or I can help a little bit that way, or maybe we can get some information out to people that makes them feel less alone or makes them feel like they have a path forward. Just doing this work, I think, just helps keep me, grounded in hope. And as far as, a message, I think, no parent is perfect and no caregiver needs to get it 100% right all the time. I think, your children don't need you to have all the answers. They just need you to keep listening, keep learning, and, figure out what the next step is and then communicate that next step so they don't feel alone.
Absolutely. Yeah, I appreciate that so much. And to know that we have Child Life Services, someone like you out there providing those, you have incredible energy and such warmness. I'm sure that it really helps families in those moments of need. So thank you so much for
Of course. One last thing too is needing support. Support isn't a failure, right? I think that sometimes we get mixed up with that. And I think that support is out there. It's sometimes a little bit hard to find, but a well-supported family, benefits everybody. The community is better because of it. The family's better. The patient is better. So seek out that support because people are willing to give it.
Yesterday after I stepped away from the afternoon panels, I went upstairs and my teenagers and my husband were all watching. They had been all watching the summit, and I was impressed because what teenagers want to sit and watch us adults talk about the stuff. No, they're so involved, and I'm so appreciative of that. But one thing that came out of that was somebody making the statement that independence doesn't mean you do it alone. It means that you know how to ask for help to help guide in the way that you need it to be done. And I think that that's something that was talked about later in the evening and really discussed and kind of taken more seriously and really gave our teenagers a chance to realize they could still need help and be independent. And I don't think that was something that was a clear path in their mind. So it was just so lovely.
Great takeaway.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Love that. Jeff, finish us off with the words of wisdom.
Words of wisdom. I joke and say all of my words are words of wisdom.
I wouldn't disagree with that.
I like that statement. Independence doesn't necessarily mean doing it alone. I think that's a great statement. And, what gives me hope, to answer that, I mentioned there are a few people that are doing what I'm doing. I'm actually trying to design something that doesn't exist anywhere and then trying to figure out how all of that actually is going to work. But what gives me hope is, ironically, is what I do. When I sit down with families and I was asked this the other day, how do you start this? I said, it's funny because I start almost every conversation the exact same way at, this coffee shop or that coffee shop. And if I don't ask the questions, I actually say the questions that I typically ask. It's, hey, how are you? How about that weather? And I make the joke, in Michigan, there's plenty of weather to talk about. You don't like the weather, just wait a couple minutes. It's going to change. But then the real question is, tell me what's on your mind. And I will sit and listen. As you guys have found out, I can talk and talk and talk. I like to listen far more than I enjoy talking. And just listening to families talk about all of the things, everything that they've gone through, and every Google search and this question and that question, and just to be able to answer those questions. And answering those questions is, where I see things change. You see a family that came in clearly overwhelmed, and, everything that goes along with that, to the realization of, we found somebody that we can talk to that understands all of these things. Nobody is going, well, I'm sure somebody could throw an acronym at me that I've never heard of, but doing this for 10 plus years, to be able to, you're not going to out acronym me. You're not going to confuse me. And the times where something does come up that I'm not familiar with, one of the biggest assets I have is I have a large, I'm part of several large organizations where I have access to some people, especially on the legal side, that are very, very knowledgeable about a lot of these things, where I've had cases where, we can't even use my, call it stable of attorneys that I have here in West Michigan, but I know an attorney on the east side of the state that is one of the national experts on this. And a, half-hour conversation between the three of us, we had solutions that, we never would have gotten to. So, just to be able to see the relief that I see in families when they realize we found somebody to talk to about all of this.
Yeah. Absolutely.
And that brings it full circle between why we're on this panel together, Jeff, because in very, very different ways, that's exactly what we're trying to do for people.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, it worked out. Sarah and I talked when we did our prep discussion last week. I kind of said, well, I can talk, on any, particular subject, but is when we really talked, she said, well, you know what? I think this one might fit you better. Yeah. So it worked out perfectly.
It sure did. I'm so impressed. And, I'll be, I'll give ChatGPT a little bit of because it helped put all the panels together and everything. It was really nice. I don't know if I could have done this all myself, like I have in years past, with so many speakers and moving parts and the time zone bane of existence. But no, it's been fantastic. And us three hadn't ever met as a trio, but also I've never met you two personally before. And so just what an honor. And it's so special and exciting that you would trust that this would be a good place to come. And so I appreciate you signing up and, being a part of this with me, and really helping to provide such incredible information today to such a huge, broad audience of people, and knowing that we're moving the needle forward in such an important way in this conversation. So thank you guys so much.
Thank you so much, Sarah. Thanks, Jeff. It was so nice to meet you both.
And please go over to the comments and leave any of your links in the comments for people to follow you, socials, all of those things. Make sure everybody has your information to be able to get your support if they need to. If you don't mind, that would be wonderful. And any final thoughts you'd like to leave us with?
I think we're both typing. I'll stop.
That's okay. I have to make a joke. You guys type, and I'll make the joke that the last couple of times that I've gone to the end of the day, one of the days I said, okay, and everyone's final words. Everyone was just like, and I was like, okay, never mind. Or what did I say? Your last words. That's what I had said to them. So final thoughts. We'll make it a little softer than your last words.
I think for me, my last are just, to anyone out there who is, feeling overwhelmed or feeling like they're not really sure where to start. Maybe they have a new diagnosis, or maybe circumstances surrounding the diagnosis has changed. Just keep listening and keep learning. Your goal is really just to help your children participate in their own life, however that looks for your child. And there's people like us out there to help you.
Love that. Thank you, Kate. Thank you so, so much.
My last words. I talk about it a lot. It's going to be okay. We will figure this out. Again, it's going to be okay. You're not alone. And that's That's it. Those are my last words. It's going to be okay. You're not alone. We'll figure this out.
Thank you guys so much. It was just such a pleasure to get to know you. I look forward to future conversations and seeing what we can do and collaborate in the future. So we'll do this. Thank you guys. Please join us on the other side and go and watch the rest of the panels for the day. Enjoy the last final day of the summit and come back as a speaker for next year.
Absolutely. Thank you both. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you,
Bye.
Kate.
Sarah, bye.
Wow. Two incredible individuals that couldn't have worked out more beautifully in the kind of beginning stage, and then Jeff covers that whole life stage, and what a great panel. We are at the 11 a.m. hour and our education panel. So excited to have our panelists. We have two of our panelists that were originally on the panel here, and then three more joining us that a couple people have been invited, and someone from yesterday's that missed the time zone, the start time zone. So I wanted her to have a chance to still come back on. So we'll wait for her to come. But we have Stacy and Susan here. Hello. And I'm so glad you're here together.
Yes, thank you.
Hi.
Yes.
Thank you so much for being here. Stacy, thank you for inviting Susan to be with us as well. I'm just honored to meet you, Susan.
Thank you, Sarah.
Yeah, and I don't know how much you know about the summit so far, and it's been an incredible 4 days. We had originally 100 speakers sign up to be panelists, and we did some pre-recorded advocate special spotlight series. So it's just been a whirlwind of beautiful messages inspiring everyone. So, let me jump over to, we have one. Sorry, Jeff, I'm going to get you the link right now. So just give me 1 second. I'm going to go into another panel. Stacy, would you introduce yourself, and then we'll, why don't you introduce Susan to do the same, and I'm going to jump over here and send people some links.
Perfect. Sounds
Thank
great.
you.
Absolutely. So my name is Stacy Neustadt. I am a speech language pathologist, and I so appreciate you letting me add Sue, because I wouldn't be here without Sue. Sue and I met in the early 2000s. We worked together in a clinic, and I was always so fascinated with how well she understood all the autistic clients we worked with together. And it really was because she was supporting them through her own autistic lens. So fast forward to 2019, she came back to me and she said, Stacy, I've put all my lived experience and my work experience together, and I created a framework, the neuro strength-based support for autism. And so that's what we've been working on over the last 6, almost 7 years. And it has been such a shift, not only in how I provide therapy beyond my child-led, which is what I've always done. Now I really understand my clients through their lens and what they're trying to tell me when we're interacting in sessions. And so it's been such an amazing journey, and it feels like such better therapy that I can provide. And then I'll let Sue introduce herself.
I love that.
Okay, thank you, Stacy. My name is Sue Galabach, and I grew up autistic. I knew I was different, but back in those days, it wasn't recognized that you could be autistic without being the little kid in the corner banging your head against the wall. So it wasn't until I was in 50 that they finally recognized you could be articulate and intelligent and still be autistic. And that's when I pursued a diagnosis, because I felt I needed to be able to ask people the questions and get the support that I never had as a child. So yes, my instincts were working. I could relate to the autistic clients that I had because I didn't know I was autistic. But then my passion had always become the brain. why is it my brain worked differently than other people? So I would study the human brain, the neurotypical brain. And then when I discovered I was autistic, of course, my passion went to understanding how the autistic brain works differently. And that led me to what I then presented to Stacy was, look, I think if people would just understand and work with the autistic brain the way it works, instead of trying to change our brains to be what it is not, which is neurotypical. And that's what the neurostrength-based support for autism is all about.
Wow. Oh, Susan, it's so great to meet you. And I just love your experience and your thoughts about you know, how you were different, and really accepting that getting to know someone's brain for exactly the way it works is such a lovely idea, and you can make such a wonderful connection based on those, you know, Mike line I can't even speak now, like-mindedness, if you will, uh, right? And that's because I'm so excited. And it just goes to show how when we really are self-accepting, how much of a difference we make with everyone. We have a full panel. This is the most people that have been on a panel yet, and I'm so honored to have you all here. Michelle, Becky, Jeff, thank you for coming. I know that Jeff and Susan, and actually, I think that maybe three of you kind of were at the last second, and I'm so excited that you were able to join. So thank you so much. Michelle, you came late, but give us an introduction. Tell us a little. You didn't really come late. You were just probably at a link that I sent you that wasn't right. I apologize for that. Everybody made it here, so luckily something worked out right.
Hey everyone, so my name is Michelle Van Curve. I've actually been on this summit for since the way in the beginning. So I'm like, what? Or as people could call me the OG because I've been on it since way in the beginning and stuff. And I am an autistic BC ABA, and I'm also a behavior specialist for a public school district in Florida.
We love having you back, Michelle. Thank you. It's true. Michelle was on my very first summit in 2022 called the 1 in 44 tour. And every year since, we've just had a play on the numbers and 1 in 36 mix and on. And here we are at the 1 in 31 connection. So we'll just kind of go from there into the future. Becky, tell us a little bit about yourself, and excited to see you. Thanks so much.
Okay, so I'm I don't have a book. I don't have a podcast. I don't have a nonprofit.
You're here.
I've just been boots on the ground for almost 30 years. I am a parent, a foster parent, an adoptive parent of neurodiverse children. I've worked with neurodiverse individuals and their families for over 20 years. I have worked as an educator, an RBT, a administrator, and as an advocate with children and their families for the last almost 20 years. And I currently work in a residential facility for severely disabled individuals, as well as continuing to be an RBT. I have my master's degree in ABA, as well as a degree in elementary education and special education. And I've worked in Hawaii since 1994, and I've worked in Utah for about 6 years in different roles. And I've worked everywhere from birth all the way through adulthood in pretty much every single environment.
All of the ranges.
Yeah.
Becky and the spectrum. It's so nice to see you, Jeff. And Jeff also was, I think, in that very first summit with us as well, and has been in a couple of other events that I've had. So, Jeff, it's always great to see you.
Always great to see you too, Sarah. Thank you for having me. So,
please introduce yourself. Let us know more about what you're doing.
So my name is Jeff Snyder. I am an autism neurodiversity ambassador, self-advocate, public speaker, and published writer. I am the author of The Neurodivergent Owl, Alarms, Assemblies, and Accommodations, which is available on Amazon. Amazon in both paperback and Kindle. And I've also recently released my second book, volume 2, about weddings and funerals. But so I'm sorry.
Oh, I said that's wonderful.
Yeah. So a little bit about myself. Again, I'm from. I was a longtime resident of Seekonk, Massachusetts. Now I live here in Attleboro, and I was first diagnosed as with autism at 21 months old. I was unable to speak until I was 4 years old. And then upon my graduation from Seekonk High School in 2007, I became the first student with autism to complete an entire education from pre-K through grade 12 in the Seekonk public school system.
That's wonderful. We're so happy to have you here, Jeff. And I love your, you have wonderful ideas about how schools can better prepare students for emergencies, alarms, fire drills, things that really are like maybe some things that get overlooked that are a part of an everyday or every year school life, but aren't really planned for our community. So we love that extra piece that you help bring there. Wonderful panel. Oh my gosh, let's hope we can get through all of these amazing things. And Susan, I apologize. I hope that you got the questions, or yes, Becky or Jeff. Oh my heavens. And they're just very simple. So hopefully you guys, even if you have to answer them off the fly, will be fine with that. And today we're talking about education. Education changes lives when every learner is seen, supported, and celebrated for who they are. I love that. And I personally love to every day find something. Oh, sorry about that. Let me get that little. And make sure that my kids know, that I like to find something in their day that I can say, oh, I'm so proud of you for doing this. Like, you really learned how to do that well. And just make sure that I'm like giving them, that boost. I think it really makes them feel so much better and want to do so much more with themselves. I love it. What educational practices have the greatest long-term impact? I think we're going to start with Susan. You've been practicing, I think, probably longer than all of us. So I'd love for you to get your aspect on what that means and looks like.
I worked as an occupational therapist in school districts for over 30 years. So I have seen and experienced a lot, because I was an itinerant. So I'd go from school to school to school, which I thoroughly enjoyed in terms of learning from one teacher and then spreading that knowledge on to another teacher, and the interchange that we had. And I think that as far as the greatest long-term impact, you have to remember it's not what the child learns that has the greatest impact. A lot of those details of things, we forget them over time. But it's how you teach them to learn that I think has the greatest impact. Where you instill in them the curiosity to want to learn. And autistic individuals are very curious, and we are very fascinated by learning details. Unfortunately, sometimes we share more than we need to with other people because we're so fascinated by them. But it's encouraging us to use our strengths, what we already know, and build on it to become the best autistic individual we can become in the world. And so it's how you teach them, I think, that has, and rote repetition is not the way that I see as having the longest impact. I think it is when you recognize and accept how hard they're working, and the fact that when they use their strengths and make them aware of their strengths, that they can be successful. They can learn.
I love that. Stacy, how do you feel about that? What do you think are the greatest long-term impacts for educational practices?
I think the practice that is going to have the most impact is helping students really understand themselves and not just perform for adults, which I feel like sometimes happens, especially for our autistic students. Either they begin to mask and just perform, or you get the other side of explosive behavior. No matter which way they go, if they had a better understanding of themselves, what their triggers were, what emotional regulation supports help them calm down, how to advocate for those needs, how their brain works, that would have such an impact. And we've seen that in trainings that we've done. We've seen how behavior decreases when teachers understand what their students are really trying to communicate, which ends up being through either shutdown or behavior. And when they helped students be more self-aware of their needs, then they were able to advocate more. And I know that's something that we don't teach in the schools, but we should.
I couldn't agree more. I think that in our own personal experience, there was a little bit of a gap in school where I did some homeschool, haven't got back yet, having homeschooled, but our main focus was self. Our main focus was self. We didn't worry about science, English, math, all the good stuff that we did, work, but we worked on self. We decided this is what we need. We need to understand self expression, self understanding, self grace, like learning how to honor, especially for my daughter, things monthly, learning to honor your body, learning to listen and give yourself boundaries, give those around you those boundaries that you need to keep yourself safe and cared for. So I think it helped me learn all of those things. Didn't ever practice that. I just thought, what a good way to start her journey, and then I'm learning all these great things by teaching her too. So the child led, right? Michelle, tell us about your experience. What do you think are the greatest long-term impacts?
So, as everybody's been mentioning about with like the idea of focusing on emotional regulation, especially like not even just like self-regulation, there also needs to be co-regulation. There's not enough in terms of we have to understand we also have human needs. And we forget that once we're in the schools, and I've seen it across in schools that I've been working with for the past few years and stuff, and that we focus way too much on compliance. And now in some ways that compliance is important in terms of safety, like God forbid of like with physical aggression and all that, that's understandable. And we want to make sure that we're teaching what's safe and what's not safe. But in terms of like, we're like what's so important for the long run is being a little bit more student centered and understanding that why it's so important especially in schools to still continue teaching like with social and emotional skills is because we need to remember that we need those skills for the long run to handle like getting a job and stuff, like going through like being able to handle finances and X, Y, and Z. So it's really like how to handle situations, and we forget that's just as important as teaching academics, and that comes too. It's just that first we need to focus on that emotional regulation and co-regulating and building positive relationships, because that's still like the number one technique used to help so much with, especially with those with a little more challenging behaviors. And as we were like been mentioning about with strength-based, going that strength-based approach, like changing our own mindsets of like, instead of saying like a kid's defiant, they're persistent, things like that. So that way it just shows that like we know what this kid's capable of, but at the same time we want to help them build skills as well. So and it takes a village, just like we all heard from Dr. Temple Grandin said it, that it really does take a village to impact a kid's life. So it takes everybody.
I love that, Michelle. That was beautiful. I think that the idea of co-regulation is very important, that we often, and I'm sure, I've never been a teacher in a school setting, preschool. I don't know if that that was long ago. Anyways, I think that is even as a parent, right? That co-regulation, I need to make sure I'm regulated or my child will be extremely dysregulated. So a beautiful reminder to everyone. Jeff, how do you feel about, what do you see the greatest long-term impact of educational practices?
Well, from what I've seen, and I think the big thing that really comes into focus here is that we all need to get people on the same page, particularly when it comes to school safety drills. Like, for example, there's with a school, there's a school safety drill, and the teachers or the administrators will think that the child's trying to get out of doing the drill, but they just need a little more, they need like preparation to prepare, like, they need like advanced warnings to do, to know when the drill is coming. And because this was big for me, because it was in my IEP when I was a student, that I would get taken out of the building before they would pull the alarm. And then there's also some other issues, like, they could, meet with the fire department, or in the case of lockdown drills, they could, meet with the police officers who will be conducting the drill, or, they could watch from a camera in another part of the school or wherever, and they could see the officers, going around, doing their thing. Those little things like that can make a big difference. And they can help take the edge off. I mean, I use an analogy to combat what people say, that this guy's trying to influence teachers and administrators to get students out of doing drills. An analogy I use is the movie Twister. In Twister, Helen Hunt and Bill Paxton and their crew are trying to create an advanced warning system, and the current alarm system warning system is 3 minutes, whereas they're trying to create a warning system that goes up to 15 minutes. So that is that's something that I think a lot of schools tend to overlook, and it's not just, school safety drills, but school assemblies is another one. Lunch periods is another one. Field trips.
Yeah.
So basically, any large scale school event is something, to really consider.
Prepare people for. I love that. Thank you for that perspective. I think it's wonderful that we have all of these different perspectives. Becky, what do you believe is the greatest long-term impact?
Well, I definitely agree with what's already been said. I think one of the things that's really important for educators to understand is time and space. That children need time to process, and they need space when they're starting to dysregulate. That they need to, that when they're dysregulated or becoming dysregulated, their ability to understand language is diminished. And so they need that space to process, they need that time to process. And I think that is one of the most important things for educators to know. And then for children, I think it's self-advocacy, to understand how to advocate for themselves for the things that they need, to be able to, whether it's to help understand or to say, I need this space. And like Michelle was saying about that co-regulation piece, that we need to be working together. And really, these are not just for the neurodivergent population. This is for everyone.
Yeah, isn't that the truth? And, comes back to that universal design, right? When we build for all, everyone has access. We don't leave anyone out in the beginning. We don't have to go clean up messes, put out fires, fix and adjust things. We just can think. But, Nobody asked us. We weren't there in the beginning. Like, right? Shame on them. We have quite a few questions and more people and less time. So we're going to squish a couple of the questions together that I can maybe fit with one another. How can schools better partner with families? And number 4, how do we encourage self-advocacy in students? I think those can be a little bit relatable. So what do you think about that? And let's start with Stacy, and then we'll just go down the line of the panels here.
Yeah, so I think when it comes to families, we really need to shift from viewing the families as people who just report information to really collaborating with them and asking them what matters to you and your child. I don't think we ask the kids enough, what do you want to work on? Or even the parents, because we're so focused with the core standards and the curriculum. And we can ask them these questions and then learn how to weave them into course standards. Because I find, especially with my clients, when I incorporate them into whatever goals or intrinsically motivates them, they then don't push back with their goals or push back with what we're working on because they want to learn those skills. And then in terms of encouraging self-advocacy, it really starts before them just saying, I need extended time on this assignment. As I mentioned before, it starts with self-awareness. If you don't have that understanding of your own brain, if you don't understand what do I like, what don't I like, what does my body feel like, how does my brain work, if they don't have that self-awareness, they can't advocate. And I notice this when I'm interviewing students. If I even just ask them, wow, what are you really good at? Or what's really hard? If they say, I don't know, that is my light bulb going off of, wow, they don't have that self-awareness yet. And sometimes it starts with even just that body awareness of where am I in space? And am I aware of other people around me? So we really have to start there with taking interest in the family, in the student, and then building that self-awareness in order to get to that self-advocacy as well as a good relationship with the families.
Beautiful. Absolutely. And I think that when we realize that, and I said this in the last one too, autism is a family. It isn't just the individual. We have to look at the whole the mom, the dad, the parents, the siblings, the environment, the animals, right? Everything, every part, every moving part around that individual is part of that individual's experience. Susan, I'm excited to hear your combination of those two. If you'd like, I can reread them. I'm sure you know what we're saying.
I am going to start with what the Autism Self-Advocacy Network, their motto.
Okay.
Nothing about us without us. And I would love to see communication between the school and parents via the child, even if it is a topic of the day. Oh, we're going to have a fire drill tomorrow. And so I want you to go home and talk about that with your parents. How do they handle it? What do they know about it? How can they help you figure out a way to self-regulate when the alarms are going to go off? Here's my suggestions, and I'll send them home with you to your parents as to what I suggest what we're going to be able to do to help you. And when the child feels they have a voice with both the teacher and their parents, and they're communicating about something that's relevant and important to them, they're going to have this need and desire to speak up, to advocate for themselves. But they have to feel included. They can't feel that other people are talking about them without them.
And they know, everyone knows. Everyone can feel it. I think it's humanly intrinsic that you know or you don't know, when you feel like I'm a part of this or I'm not. And so I think it's really important that we really respect and honor that space for people. And I really love that. Becky, what do you think about better partnering with families and having how do we encourage self-advocacy in students?
Yeah. That my goal, I always say my goal is to, oh shit, stop doing this to me. Sorry, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. Sorry, my computer keeps
Freezing.
no, it's not freezing. It's just shutting down. You know, it's been still for too long, so it keeps shutting down on me. But I tried to turn them all off, but it still seems to keep doing that. So, but what I was going to say is my goal as an educator has always, and as an administrator, has been to make it through my entire career without having to go to due process. And my solution to that has always been that the relationship with the parents comes first. You know, that relationship, rather than it's in so many cases, the school and the parents are adversarial when it comes to the IEP process or 504 process. It's like they're on two sides of the table. And I've always tried to have the approach that we're in this together for to make the best life for the child. And that comes from communication. If something happens at home before they get to school, it can change their entire day at school, and vice versa. And if there's something that I'm dealing with at school that I'm not sure exactly how to approach, the best results is to talk to the parents, because they may know better how to handle that situation than I do. And my feeling has always been that I may have this child for a couple of years, but this family has this child for their entire life. And even though I may not necessarily completely agree with what they're doing or what they want, they are the ones that ultimately have the consequences of their choices, right? So I can educate, but I don't want to ever, I want to be on their side. I want to support them. I want to explain to them why we approach things the way we do. And that works the same way with self-advocacy. It's telling the child and helping the child to get what they need as well.
Absolutely. I love this comment. I'm going to bring this comment in because I think it's really has a lot of good information. Let's be sure that we're considering the needs of individuals with whole body apraxia and the types of specialized supports and communication skill building they need. Love that. Nothing about us without us. We can't include non-speakers if we don't accept and accommodate their text-based communication. Optimal access is a good resource for training informed by lived experience. We of course absolutely need to keep those considerations, and hopefully in those, when you are with those individuals, all of the right people hopefully have the intent and mindset that just like we were speaking about earlier, independence doesn't mean you're doing everything alone. It means you know how to guide what you need, whether it's by using help from others or not. So I just love that idea. And I did share your website of course, Jeff, above as well, so everybody has access to that. Michelle, tell us about your feelings on those. Schools better partnering with families and self-advocacy and students. And I know you do a lot of that.
Yeah, so a lot of it, like in my role specifically, because working at the district level, it really becomes like being the bridge in the middle, like being that middle gap between the school and the home lives. And it's really like we often forget that parents and educators, they're seeing the kids more than even myself. I'm going to be real about that because I don't see the kid like every single day, like full on hours a day. So it's like we have to remember that they are true experts of the kid. And we have to listen to what they're sharing because it's just as vital and important to take in that information and be able to, like, for me, what I've done is that, like, I'll share like resources with families and educators and stuff. So like, let's say if there's community partnerships, like for example, CARD USF working with a lot of autism families and stuff, and with and multiple disabilities, that's another resource for families to look into really. Or also and I don't know if you guys have heard about where there was a law that was passed in Florida now that there's trainings going on for every single school district, which has been awesome, because I'm like, it really is just as important for educators, not even just families, but also educators, to continue getting that training, because neurodiversity, like, it's so evolving that you have to keep up with what's going on today and stuff. And like voices like myself and like with Jeff and everybody who's neurodivergent and stuff, like for us sharing our own experiences, it really would help a lot with schools and families today, like making that impact in terms of like knowing what's coming from a lived experience. And I will say this, like I have, for many families and educators, like I've disclosed about with being neurodivergent, and nothing wrong about that. Like I've had a lot of people telling me that it's actually very insightful that I've done that, because it just, it brings a different background experience to what going into my work and stuff. So, and really trying to focus on, like we were talking about earlier, is really building that collaboration. And it takes a lot of people. So we should be collaborating with everybody. So it's like, you got your OTs, you got your SLPs, you got your physical therapists and stuff. So it's just, it takes everybody. And just like we've been mentioning, having that open communication, of course.
Yeah, I love that. And I'm just going to throw in a little not even 2-minute story, Jeff, and then I'm going to let you take off with the rest of that. But right now in Utah, this will be, I've held 2 autism provider meetups that I sent a little thing out and said, hey, providers, you want to get together? You want to have a little meetup? We can just get to, know each other, collaborate, and imagine all of the services you can provide your clients when you have each other's names in your pockets of all the SLPs, all the OTs, all the therapists, and the advocates in the area as well that can come and help. We had incredible turnouts. I'm so proud of Utah. Go Utah, for really, joining together and recognizing how much collaboration can serve our community. So that's my 2 cents on that. So please, everywhere you guys are at, do the same thing. Start these community meetups with these autism providers. It's incredible, and they want it. They really want it. So it's really neat. Jeff, tell us about what you think families can be better partners. I'm sorry, how schools can be better partners with families, and how do we encourage self-advocacy in students?
Well, I would say probably the big thing with schools partnering with families is to just, reach out, is to just, build a connection, because a school can, it's because a connection starts with a connection starts even before the student sets foot in the school. Schools can partner with families on certain areas, like this student is really good at history, or they're really good at writing, so they could harness and channel their inner. They can harness and help channel the student's inner inner talents with, and with their interests, and then also in terms of encouraging self-advocacy in students, it's really about, that sometimes the students are afraid to speak up about certain things. In my book, volume 1 of The Neurodivergent Owl, I talk about, I would always wear a mask when I would be in an assembly or or in the lunchroom, because I didn't want anyone to see my emotions. And I think what we try to do is that it's okay to not wear a mask. It's okay to say, this school assembly is going to be overwhelming for me. Or there could be an example of I can't eat in the cafeteria because it's so noisy. And, there's always a saying that, the student can, speak. Some students have a hard time speaking up, and we need to say it's okay for the student to speak up, because they're not going to upset anyone. They just want to, set they want to set boundaries for themselves, and that's really important to matter and consider. And that brings me back to how can schools better partner with families. It's to probably get to know the parents in addition to getting to know the student. How can, some schools will go and say, why can't Jimmy or Johnny go into it? Why can't they sit through? Why are they having a hard time going to an assembly, even if it's like a fun activity? Well, that's one way. That's if schools can partner with families, it'll be a lot easier for them to understand the student. And at the same time, we need to also encourage the student to speak up if they can't say it directly themselves, then it's up to their support person, their personal advocate, to go to the teachers or the principals and say that the student is going to have a hard time in a large school setting, or something unexpected like a school safety drill. They would like advance notice if possible. So
yeah, that's great, Jeff. I love that. I think that it's really important to keep in mind that the families can give the schools tips, kind of an idea of what that child needs, and really to listen. And maybe the support team or the school can write down some options or give the child or student some options to help them advocate for their voice. Would this be better for you, and give options to choose from? Because then, kind of like Susan had said earlier, we're giving that understanding to that individual that we understand you can make a decision for yourself, and we'd like to give you the options to do so. And I think that comes down to a lot of dignity and respect for the individual. I love that. What barriers still exist in the educational system, and what kind of changes, or how can we change those types of barriers? Let's go backwards. Jeff, I'm gonna have you answer that question. What barriers do you still see? And we'll go the other direction.
I would say that the number one barrier, I think, is that the one barrier I see is that some schools are stuck in their ways of reaching out to neurodivergent individuals, because they're still going to say that he or she is going to hinder more than help the situation. And I think that's what goes through the minds of teachers and administrators. And I think that it's more about opening their eyes, lending an ear, and saying that we need to stop and listen to what what the student and his or her family have to say. I mean, it's because it's really all about communication, and sometimes we see a lot of communication barriers. We see this. Some schools are just, they don't accommodate because they're because they want to play by the rules that are given to them by the state, and that is something that I think needs to be broken. I think we need to have students, we need to have the barrier between the students' needs and the traditions and methods that the schools have, that needs to be broken down. And because remember, it's not a one size fits all approach. Let's get that perfectly clear. And
Yeah, absolutely. That's great, Jeff. Michelle, what barriers do you see still existing, and how can we help change them?
Yeah, so a lot of it, Jeff kind of touched upon a lot with what I was going to say, but I do want to add on to it as well in terms of like, again, it's going back to where one of the first things we need to do is desensitize about with the masking culture that's still going on in terms of like kids are still, especially our autistic neurodivergent kids, are still like when they're in mainstream classes, they're trying to adapt as much as possible to whatever standards that are in the classroom. But at the same time, we also have to remember that they process things differently. We need to give more processing times, even not just to neurodivergent kids, but to any kid really, because the way that kids learn nowadays are different than what we've learned like 20 years ago and stuff. So it's really like giving kids more time to adapt to how things are learning, and also like, and especially for our neurodivergent population, is in terms of like implementing, like, yes, there are things written in an IEP, of course, but a lot of the stuff can be implemented even as like way before an IEP exists. So like having a sensory space in the classroom and stuff. I actually helped one of my schools out recently, a couple weeks ago, in terms of helping them create their sensory space, because they fought for that and actually got approved finally after I've been with this school for like 4 years to get a sensory space. So now we have that for that. It's a intensive preschool classroom, so there's like autistic and other neurodivergent kids in it with medical needs as well. And it's just there's just, you know, and as Jeff pointed out, like moving away from just one approach of like the adult teaching the classroom, having all different types of learning going on, no matter if it's like 101, if it's small group, if it's rotations going on, like center rotations and stuff. That way there's all different task abilities and stuff that kids are working on. So that way, you know, you're reaching all different levels and getting all, and also like even reaching about different senses being used, like touch, taste, you know, all different senses that we use to help learn and process and stuff. So really, like we were saying about that universal design for learning and stuff. So it's reaching for those. And lastly, like I said earlier, about with breaking away from as much compliance stuff, because I know a lot of it's coming from the state, obviously, and there's teachers are feeling a lot of pressure, so is administration. And so like really trying to find that balance of like, okay, we need to also focus on social and life skills just as much as with the academics, having a balance of all of it, because really we need stuff for the long run. And that's what we forget, is that like, yes, it's all good and stuff like with the academic portion and all, but how do you handle challenges when it comes to like work or like trade school or like anywhere else, like going into the military or something, like just how to handle those situations and stuff that go on in the roles and stuff. That's what really matters ultimately in the long run.
Yeah. Wow. I agree. I couldn't agree more. And really providing and breaking down, especially like the lack of access to those things, and just really helping families access and resources that can bring opportunities or support in whatever they need. Becky, and thank you, Stacy and Susan, for your patience and going back around the bout. Becky, how do you feel about the barriers that still exist in the educational system, and what changes can we, what'd you like to see?
Okay, so first of all, I would say it comes back to what I said before about that adversarial relationship, that it seems that the families and the school systems are on opposite sides rather than working together. But I think, and I think also what it comes back to is the approach to really, I think it's the approach to education in general, not just with our population, but with all students. The world is different, but education still works the same way. It's kind of that rigor is the number one, where I feel like it should be relevant, should be relationship, relevance, and then rigor. And like Barry Prezant talks about enthusiasms, you know, focusing on what the children are good at. That's not just, you know, our kids, a lot of our kids have amazing enthusiasms, and they have so much knowledge and experience. Focusing on that, and even, the move towards project-based learning, it fits perfectly into that, and that builds for all students, helping them to learn that the relevance of the rigor, and changing that approach to learning as to rather what they need to know as to how we can help them learn what they want to know.
Wow. I love that. Those are really great things to think about, perspectives to think about in that sense, and what those kind of systematic outliers or like underliers really mean when building these classrooms and inclusivity and access to things. Susan, I'm excited to hear your answer about barriers that exist, and you probably have some insight and barriers that have now are available that didn't exist probably, and what you'd like to see change in that.
Well, Michelle touched on it when she mentioned about the state and the regulations and the pressure that they put on teachers to pass the test. All their kids have to pass the test. And I've seen it when I worked in the school systems where teachers felt, well, no, we have to teach phonics. No, so we can't teach sight reading. They're under pressure to not only have every child in the class has to pass the same standardized test. Where's the individualism? Where are the teachers getting the flexibility to individualize? And this is where I see a need for change. All right, there's going to be standardized tests. I don't know that we're going to be able to get rid of that, where every child of this age has to be the same. But at least if they would get the teachers the flexibility to develop a toolbox of, if this doesn't work, your way of teaching doesn't work with that child, try another way. The flexibility to adapt the environment in the classroom to meet individual needs, to adapt her teaching methods or his teaching methods to be able to teach the child in the way they best learn. Give the teachers the flexibility of how to accomplish the goal without telling them you have to teach it this way and every child has to learn in the same way.
Absolutely. And like I said, where in the heck did they ever come up with this idea that anyone was ever the same to begin with? It just blows my mind how we ever put these systems together. So maybe that's just our autistic brains going, this is crazy. What are we talking about here? Stacy, how do you feel about the barriers and what barriers still exist, and what would you like to see change?
I agree with what everyone has said so far. And I think the biggest problem is that we are still stuck in how education was originally developed. And if you look at the history of it, people talk a lot about how the whole point of education was to teach compliance, to teach consistent structure, because then people went to work, in different industries and they had to be compliant. And so we're continuing this structure that started so long ago. And I think that is the number one barrier, is that we're still expecting so much compliance, so much standardization and productivity. And so we're asking, how do I get this student to meet my expectation, instead of why is this difficult for this student, and what are they trying to communicate to us? And so we need to shift our mindset in how we're supporting the kids, but then also with the system, educators are being asked to individualize while working in systems that don't give them the staffing, the resources, definitely don't give them the training or that time to look at what do each of the students need. And I love the idea of project learning because, yeah, you teach so many skills in one: executive functioning, emotional regulation, teamwork. There's so many pieces in that. And so I think as a whole, we have to look at, why are we still doing it the old way when obviously people learn so differently now?
Yeah, absolutely. And hopefully we'll like embrace that more. Maybe even today, somebody listening can hear and say, these are 100-year-old systems that absolutely don't fit our culture, our society, the way we access and are given technology, the technology itself. Yeah, it needs to be like a burn the whole thing down kind of a thing, but gracefully, of course. Uh, and I hope that we somehow collaboratively can figure out how to do that as a community. We have about 5 minutes left until our lunch break. And so I will keep my comments short and let you guys each take a minute and say a little bit more, a practical, and you can choose to answer any of the questions that are still there. What excites you about the future of inclusive education, or a practical idea educators could implement next week, and of course any thoughts you'd like to leave us with. So Stacy, what would you like to say with that?
Well, I think the thing that excites me the most is summits like this. We're talking about it because that's where it begins, right? Educating and talking about lived experiences and some of the shifts that need to happen. And that's really where it starts. Now, in terms of teachers, I think, the next time a student isn't doing what you expected or what you asked, instead of saying, how do I get them to do this? Start thinking, what might be getting in the way, and what does this student need from me right now? And it's such a mindset shift, which includes that ability to look at our own nervous system. Where are we at right now? Are we in fight or flight because they're not doing what I said? And can we take a minute and just listen to the student? And I think that will not only create a bond between the teacher and the student, but then it also just creates a more cohesive classroom.
I love that. Absolutely. Thank you so much. Thanks for being a part of this and bringing wonderful Susan along with you. I'm excited that we got to meet Susan. Let us know your thoughts about what excites you, or a practical idea educators could take with them. Thank you, Stacy, for this as well.
Okay, what excites me is the idea that if we can move toward recognizing individuals, and that every child has strengths that you can build on. And the long-term impact, of course, is that we're going to have all of these creative geniuses running around. We are a diverse society. We're interdependent upon each other. And it's our differences that we look to, not our similarities, because if we all did the same thing, what's the point of having other people? Because we only need one. The diversity is we need other people for the things that we don't know. We specialize in this area and they specialize in that area. So encouraging that inclusive, diverse mindset of working with each individual is what excites me about the direction that we're going, by building on the strengths of every individual. As far as what a teacher can do practically right now, I would say is curiosity. Take an interest in each individual child. Be curious about, as Stacy mentioned, what are your strengths? Do they know themselves? And encourage them to be themselves and expand on who they are, what they know, and their strengths. So be curious about asking every student, what are your strengths? What are the things you find hard to do? Well, so and so might be able to help you with the things you don't do, but so and so would love to know what you know about that. Encourage that interdependency that is so vital to us functioning as a society.
I love that reminder. I don't think oftentimes we remember that when we share our interests with our friends and with our peers, this and share our, like you said, our challenges, and let them kind of take those and do that. I wasn't supposed to talk. Sorry. It was just such a great such a great input. I love that. Becky, tell us your kind of final thoughts for today.
Well, Susan pretty much exactly said my words.
But I'm just joking.
But what I would say is expand that, because a lot of us work with a population that can't even communicate for themselves about what their interests are. So in those cases, reach out to the parents. Ask the parents what are their favorite things about their child. What are their interests? What are the things that motivate them? When that child can't do that for themselves, reach out to the parents, because that does two things. It gives you more knowledge about the child, but it also makes the parents know that you care about the child as much as they do. And the other thing, like I said, started with the time and space. Remember, for educators, that less is more, especially when a child's becoming dysregulated. Step back, give them time, less communication, and let them have that time and space. And like Susan said, see every child as an individual, not by a label, not by their, education spends so much time focusing on deficits and not on strengths. Speaking from an 30-year educator, I can say that from from personal perspective. I mean, personal experience. We need to focus on children's strengths and using those and sharing those strengths with others, and that's what brings the inclusivity. When other children and other adults can see these kids for what they have to offer rather than what's wrong with them.
Absolutely. Yeah. Thank you so much, Becky. And please share your links over in the comments so that everybody can make sure to have access to your resources and be able to follow you on your socials. Whatever you'd like to share, please do. Michelle, now you're typing, and but now you get the answer. Yes. And go to the World of Autism. Michelle has a beautiful blog and does an amazing job helping educate. So, hello.
Hey, so a couple of things that I want to say is that, first of all, what is normal anyway? So
setting.
The reason I'm saying that is because we need to be basically we need to accept authenticity first, being authentic first, and that also includes for our students. And also accepting students' voices no matter what form of communication they use. Because I know I've been asked this a lot, if a nonverbal kid's going to ever learn how to verbally talk. And we need to be accepting that there is so many different kinds of communication, even if it's AAC, nonverbal gestures, pointing and using American Sign Language, accepting all kinds of communication, accepting individuals themselves. And also, lastly, is meeting human needs. At the end of the day, we forget this a lot, that connection building comes first, co-regulation comes first, everything else comes all along as we focus on those needs first, because that's how we can meet everybody for the long run.
I love that. Thank you so much. Jeff, you get to finish the panel closing thoughts. What do you have to say?
I would say probably, probably open up your ear, lend ears. I mean, and build bridges with people in the educational communities, and just be flexible and open-minded to any possible changes that, and accommodations that are necessitated, and basically just, get to know the student, get to know them on their level, and just try to, put the pride aside, and just focus on, getting to know the student. I mean, if they get bothered by the cafeteria, have a one-on-one lunch with them. If they get bothered by the assemblies, they can go offer them the option to go back to the classroom or to the library or whatever. It's those kind of, it's about being flexible in the educational field.
I love that, Jeff. And I was just checking to make sure I didn't have any missed messages. And our friend Daniel Durrany message that a lot of us, are friends with on Facebook, and said, I've been listening to you, Jeffrey and Michelle, about relationships with public schools and parents. What can help are talking about the child's strengths, finding common things with the child, and getting the child to speak up and advocate themselves, especially during IEP meetings. So thank you, Daniel, for sharing with us. And Daniel had a pre-recorded spotlight session, I believe on day 1 or 2. So please, if you didn't get to catch those, go back and watch those. Everything will live under the live tab under the SJ Child Show YouTube channel. So everyone is free to go. It's free to access just whenever you'd like to go back and watch any of these panels, get any more information, or just, go find some of your community, the like-minded members of our panels that you can reach out to, and make some new friends. So wow, it was such a pleasure to have you all here, and especially those of you who are new, who I've just met today. Thank you so much, and just an honor to meet you, and thank you for trusting that this would be a good space to come to share your information. It was just lovely to have you all here.
Thank you.
Yay.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much for having me on here again.
Yeah, it's been so
Thank
much
you.
fun, hasn't it? And we do have another comment. Karen, love Karen Shapiro. She said, thank you. It's great to hear your voices. We love Karen. Miss her so much. So yeah, it's so exciting. And for those of you who didn't see the very beginning, the opening ceremonies, we did our yearly honor to David as well. So if you want to go back and see that and watch me read one of his poems, to honor him. So yeah, thank you guys so much for joining this panel with me today. We have made it to our lunch hour, half hour. So we're going to step away to make sure we get nourished and be back in a half hour with our AI and innovation panel. And our 2 panelists I had on that panel actually never contacted me back. So I have a special panelist coming from the Vanderbilt University Frist Center from Autism, and we're going to be talking about some really cool innovation that they're doing. So luckily, I got this last minute amazing backup to be able to fill that time slot. Please join us on the other end of this. Go watch and join us in the comment section to let us know that you're listening and getting value from this. So we'll see you guys all later. Thanks for joining. And
Thank you.
Thank you.
Stay in touch. Okay. Bye for now.
Bye.
Bye.
Oh, thank you all so much. This has been such a lovely morning. Amazing panelists. I'm just so honored to have people who haven't, like I said, connected with me, that trust that it would be an okay for them, space for them to come and join us. And we did just that. We want to thank our sponsors, of course, for helping us put together this amazing summit. And I'm just going to attach these sponsor video here while I work. Watch me as I work, and play that through the next.
Hi, and welcome to the 1 in 31 Connection Autism
we will be
Summit.
back here.
If this is your first time, welcome.
In
And
30
if not, welcome back. We're so glad to have you here and join our community. Please join us in thanking our sponsors who help make this event possible. All proceeds go to forwarding education, partnership, collaboration, services, and resources for the autistic community.
I'm Dr. Kariane Whitmer, Professor of Neurobiology, CEO founder of AMA AI, and I'm one of the 1 in 31 people diagnosed with autism. But while there are millions of us in our country today, in the rooms where solutions for autistic people are imagined, we might as well be 1 in a million. Since my own son was diagnosed in 2017, I devoted my life's work to developing assistive technologies. Autistic people are increasingly invited to provide feedback on the technologies and services made for us, but our involvement cannot begin after the most important decisions have already been made. Autistic people deserve the opportunity to identify the problems, imagine the solutions, build the technologies, lead the companies behind them, and determine what success looks like for us. At AMA, we believe every child can achieve alongside their peers with the right support. This starts by data gathering from a child's care team. Parents, therapists, and teachers are invited to contribute information to the system. Creating a lesson takes less than a minute. AMA is then available to the child whenever and wherever they need support the most. Each AMA is differentiated by a child's level, ability, learning preferences, and interests. My own son had very limited functional communication until he was 8. Through therapy and conversations with AMA, his standardized reading fluency skills went from the bottom of his class to the top in less than 2 years. AMA applies the right disability accommodations to any content to help kids learn their best.
It's great to see you. How are you doing today?
I'm asking you, what are bacteria?
That's a curious question, Ethan. I love your interest in science.
AMA quickly creates interactive, personalized social stories and helps kids practice emotional regulation.
Jordan is playing a basketball game in the gym when another student accidentally knocks the ball out of bounds, and the
Okay.
game has to stop.
Oh, seems like he's angry. Because the game has to stop.
Jordan feels a wave of frustration rise up inside him. His fists tighten and his breathing gets faster.
Oh, it's okay to get frustrated. Ooh. Thanks for watching, and remember, we have made AMA just for you. Bye-bye.
We built AMA to change the world for us and the millions of other families like ours. We invite you to join us in making it happen.
No one tells you how much you have to hold when you're supporting a neurodivergent child. The appointments, the strategies, the reports, what worked, what didn't. I was trying to keep it all in my head. Understanding Zoe is an app that brings everything together in one place and gives you personalized support you can actually use in the moment. At the center of it is Pip. Pip is like a second brain, an AI coach that understands your child and everything you've shared. I can just tell Pip what's going on, like this morning was really hard getting out of the door, and Pip doesn't just reply, it takes action. It can turn that into an observation, suggest support strategies, set reminders, log appointments, even read reports and pull out important dates so that I don't have to scroll through PDFs or repeat the same story. It takes what is in my head and it actually does something with it. Everything about my child is in one place now. Their strengths, additional support needs, medications, goals, appointments, no more digging through emails or documents, and no more repeating myself. It's just all there when I need it. And this is where it really helps, because when you are in it every day, it is hard to see patterns. But Pip looks across everything and shows me exactly what is helping, and it tells me where we might need more support. Turns everyday moments into understanding. And I'm not the only one holding on to it anymore. I can share the right information with our teachers, therapists, families, but I do it on my terms and I choose what they see. And the best part about it is Understanding Zoe isn't just for children. As a neurodivergent adult myself, I started using Understanding Zoe, and you can use it too, to track what helps, what feels hard, and what you need more of. I still have hard days, but I'm not trying to hold everything in my head anymore. And to be honest, I don't feel alone in it. According to Understanding Zoe's research, 93% of parents of neurodivergent children feel misunderstood and invisible, and 63% of those parents are neurodivergent themselves. That is Understanding Zoe. Real support starts with real understanding.
Welcome to the SJ Child Show. I'm your host, Sara Bradford, also known as SJ Childs. The SJ Child Show is a top 10% globally ranked podcast, amplifying community-based neurodiversity education. Here, we center real conversations, lived experience, and meaningful access, because inclusion starts with understanding. Powered by our nonprofit, the SJ Childs Global Network, at sjchilds.org, we create global summits, educational resources, and connections that drive real change. This is the SJ Child Show, where we'd love for you to join us and listen, learn, lead with kindness, love, and most of all, access for all.
Communication access in one tap or scan. Access ID helps first responders, healthcare providers, educators, and community members support any individuals during moments that matter most.
I'm Dr. Kariane Whitmer, Professor of Neurobiology, CEO founder of AI, and I'm one of the 1 in 31 people diagnosed with autism. But while there are millions of us in our country today, in the rooms where solutions for autistic people are imagined, we might as well be 1 in a million. Since my own son was diagnosed in 2017, I devoted my life's work to developing assistive technologies. Autistic people are increasingly invited to provide feedback on the technologies and services made for us, but our involvement cannot begin after the most important decisions have already been made. Autistic people deserve the opportunity to identify the problems, imagine the solutions, build the technologies, lead the companies behind them, and determine what success looks like for us. At AMA, we believe every child can achieve alongside their peers with the right support. This starts by data gathering from a child's care team. Parents, therapists, and teachers are invited to contribute information to the system. Creating a lesson takes less than a minute. AMA is then available to the child whenever and wherever they need support the most. Each AMA is differentiated by a child's level, ability, learning preferences, and interests. My own son had very limited functional communication until he was 8. Through therapy and conversations with AMA, his standardized reading fluency skills went from the bottom of his class to the top in less than 2 years. AMA applies the right disability accommodations to any content to help kids learn their best.
It's great to see you. How are you doing today?
I'm asking you, what are bacteria?
That's a curious question, Ethan. I love your interest in science.
AMA quickly creates interactive, personalized social stories and helps kids practice emotional regulation.
Jordan is playing a basketball game in the gym when another student accidentally knocks the ball out of bounds, and the
Okay.
game has to stop.
Oh, seems like he's angry. Because the game has to stop.
Jordan feels a wave of frustration rise up inside him. His fists tighten and his breathing gets faster.
Oh, it's okay to get frustrated. Thanks for watching, and remember, we have made AMA just for you. Bye-bye.
We built AMA to change the world for us and the millions of other families like ours. We invite you to join us in making it happen.
No one tells you how much you have to hold when you're supporting a neurodivergent child. The appointments, the strategies, the reports, what worked, what didn't. I was trying to keep it all in my head. Understanding Zoe is an app that brings everything together in one place and gives you personalized support you can actually use in the moment. At the center of it is Pip. Pip is like a second brain, an AI coach that understands your child and everything you've shared. I can just tell Pip what's going on, like this morning was really hard getting out of the door. And Pip doesn't just reply, it takes action. It can turn that into an observation, suggest support strategies, set reminders, log appointments, even read reports and pull out important dates so that I don't have to scroll through PDFs or repeat the same story. It takes what is in my head and it actually does something with it. Everything about my child is in one place now. Their strengths, additional support needs, medications, goals, appointments, no more digging through emails or documents, and no more repeating myself. It's just all there when I need it. And this is where it really helps, because when you are in it every day, it is hard to see patterns. But Pip looks across everything and shows me exactly what is helping, and it tells me where we might need more support. Turns everyday moments into understanding. And I'm not the only one holding on to it anymore. I can share the right information with our teachers, therapists, families, but I do it on my terms and I choose what they see. And the best part about it is Understanding Zoe isn't just for children. As a neurodivergent adult myself, I started using Understanding Zoe, and you can use it too, to track what helps, what feels hard, and what you need more of. I still have hard days, but I'm not trying to hold everything in my head anymore. And to be honest, I don't feel alone in it. According to Understanding Zoe's research, 93% of parents of neurodivergent children feel misunderstood and invisible, and 63% of those parents are neurodivergent themselves. That is Understanding Zoe. Real support starts with real understanding.
There are no teen functional vitamins in the market. There are kids and there are adults. There's nothing speaking to the needs of teens.
Welcome to the SJ Child Show. I'm your host, Sara Bradford, also known as SJ Childs. The SJ Child Show is a top 10% globally ranked podcast, amplifying community-based neurodiversity education. Here, we center real conversations, lived experience, and meaningful access, because inclusion starts with understanding. Powered by our nonprofit, the SJ Childs Global Network, at sjchilds.org, we create global summits, educational resources, and connections that drive real change. This is the SJ Child Show, where we'd love for you to join us and listen, learn, lead with kindness, love, and most of all, access for all.
Communication access in one tap or scan. Access ID helps first responders, healthcare providers, educators, and community members support any individuals during moments that matter most.
I'm Dr. Kari-Hayne Whitmer, Professor of Neurobiology, CEO founder of AI, and I'm one of the 1 in 31 people diagnosed with autism. But while there are millions of us in our country today, in the rooms where solutions for autistic people are imagined, we might as well be 1 in a million. Since my own son was diagnosed in 2017, I devoted my life's work to developing assistive technologies. Autistic people are increasingly invited to provide feedback on the technologies and services made for us, but our involvement cannot begin after the most important decisions have already been made. Autistic people deserve the opportunity to identify the problems, imagine the solutions, build the technologies, lead the companies behind them, and determine what success looks like for us. At AMA, we believe every child can achieve alongside their peers with the right support. This starts by data gathering from a child's care team. Parents, therapists, and teachers are invited to contribute information to the system. Creating a lesson takes less than a minute. AMA is then available to the child whenever and wherever they need support the most. Each AMA is differentiated by a child's level, ability, learning preferences, and interests. My own son had very limited functional communication until he was 8. Through therapy and conversations with AMA, his standardized reading fluency skills went from the bottom of his class to the top in less than 2 years. AMA applies the right disability accommodations to any content to help kids learn their best.
It's great to see you. How are you doing today?
I'm asking you, what are bacteria?
That's a curious question, Ethan. I love your interest in science.
AMA quickly creates interactive, personalized social stories and helps kids practice emotional regulation.
Jordan is playing a basketball game in the gym when another student accidentally knocks the ball out of bounds, and the game has to stop.
Oh, seems like he's angry. Because the game has to stop.
Jordan feels a wave of frustration rise up inside him. His fists tighten and his breathing gets faster.
Oh, it's okay to get frustrated. Thanks for watching, and remember, we have made AMA just for you. Bye-bye.
We built AMA to change the world for us and the millions of other families like ours. We invite you to join us in making it happen.
No one tells you how much you have to hold when you're supporting a neurodivergent child. The appointments, the strategies, the reports, what worked, what didn't. I was trying to keep it all in my head. Understanding Zoe is an app that brings everything together in one place and gives you personalized support you can actually use in the moment. At the center of it is Pip. Pip is like a second brain, an AI coach that understands your child and everything you've shared. I can just tell Pip what's going on, like this morning was really hard getting out of the door, and Pip doesn't just reply, it takes action. It can turn that into an observation, suggest support strategies, set reminders, log appointments, even read reports and pull out important dates so that I don't have to scroll through PDFs or repeat the same story. It takes what is in my head and it actually does something with it. Everything about my child is in one place now. Their strengths, additional support needs, medications, goals, appointments, no more digging through emails or documents, and no more repeating myself. It's just all there when I need it. And this is where it really helps, because when you are in it every day, it is hard to see patterns. But Pip looks across everything and shows me exactly what is helping, and it tells me where we might need more support. Turns everyday moments into understanding. And I'm not the only one holding on to it anymore. I can share the right information with our teachers, therapists, families, but I do it on my terms and I choose what they see. And the best part about it is Understanding Zoe isn't just for children. As a neurodivergent adult myself, I started using Understanding Zoe, and you can use it too, to track what helps, what feels hard, and what you need more of. I still have hard days, but I'm not trying to hold everything in my head anymore. And to be honest, I don't feel alone in it. According to Understanding Zoe's research, 93% of parents of neurodivergent children feel misunderstood and invisible, and 63% of those parents are neurodivergent themselves. That is Understanding Zoe. Real support starts with real understanding.
There are no teen functional vitamins on the market. There are kids and there are adults. There's nothing speaking to the needs of teens.
Welcome to the SJ Child Show. I'm your host, Sara Bradford. Hello, we are back. I don't think you need to watch another SJ Child Show sponsor video. You know who it is. Go download the whole podcast, would ya? Anyways, it's so great to be back. We are back from our lunch break at the 1 in 31 Connection Autism Summit. And I have such an exciting kind of surprise panel for you because we had some email, just uncommunication with the people that had signed up previously. So I scrambled at the last second and got us in a world-class panel member to come and visit and share with us some really cool innovations that are going on right now in our country, in our community. So I'm so excited to have Jan Schluter come and join me. Hello.
Hello. Can you hear me okay?
Fantastic. So excited that it's you and you're here, and now we can do this thing, do the damn thing, right?
Yes. Last time I was too late, so I just
just a minute too at the last minute, right?
Yes.
Oh, this is going to be exciting. Well, and now it's going to be, that other one would have been more of you and me kind of hanging back listening. Now we get to do all the talking, so it's better anyways.
Yes, perfect.
So excited. Well, for everyone listening in and watching, I'm gonna let Jan go ahead and give an introduction, let us know a little bit about you, and then we'll kind of go into what we're going to talk about. It's kind of on the fly.
Yes, let's freestyle it. So first of all, thank you for having me. I was planning to join you while I am at the ADED conference here in Richmond, Virginia, but the Wi-Fi is so bad in this exhibition hall that I'm basically in my hotel room right now. So, but I can prove I have a badge and I'm part of this conference.
Thanks. You're so funny. Well, it's great to have you here. Tell us a little bit about yourself and where you're at now, and we'll talk about kind of what things you're working on, because I mean that's going to be the focus.
Yeah, I would love that. So I always introduce myself twice because I am in a dual role, if you so will. One, which I started with almost 3 years ago as the entrepreneur in residence for the Frisch Center for Autism Innovation at Vanderbilt University. And that working there and creating that ecosystem that we will talk about, I believe, led to a spin-off of a commercialization company called Neurodiversity Technologies, which I am also leading as the CEO, which is everything that I'm talking about while describing what we are building with the Frisch Center for Autism Innovation is basically very much interconnected. So everything is connected to the other and is benefiting from each other. So two roles here, Frisch Center for Autism Innovation and Neurodiverse Technologies. Hello.
Oh, wonderful. And just doing incredible work with our community, not only in really seeing the ideas that can come to fruition, but putting those into play, not letting it just be an idea that pops out into the universe and that's all it is. I think that is what really sets the tone for your programs, your way of pushing kind of those individuals, giving them the right supports to be able to create what all of us want, our own dreams to come true, to build our own things that if we're creators, and to really see them go into the public access and be able to help our community, bottom line. So excited.
Yeah, which is true. So we are very, very hands-on. We have hands-on products that have an impact on the individual. We are not abstract and ideas. So we are creating right now things that have really one goal, which is basically a platform, or you can call it ecosystem, for independence. So we are more focused on, and I like this expression a lot, when the yellow bus stop coming or something, when you age out of a certain system or a certain age group, and then you're basically left on your own. Of course, not because you have your family and your friends and your individual network, but you are kind of left alone in terms of what programs are there for you. So, and this is the focus that we are more, let's say, lay our focus on is, I would say 16 plus, open end, basically. Yeah.
I saw you. It was great too. I just got a message from Danny Combs the other day that he was, had seen that I had put Tactip on the sponsor community partners, and we had Liam on for the other AI, panel that you were on, and I saw you guys were in a picture together, and I was like, oh man, I wish I could be there. What a great team of people. Tell us kind of what you see going on right now out in the community, some kind of the movements and ideas that are moving about.
I would say, and again, I'm compared to others, a newbie in this industry. I would say I entered this industry, almost 3 years ago, whereas others are there for decades and for way, way longer. So I saw maybe something with a fresh pair of eyes. And what I saw was that the industry and the ecosystem are very much siloed, which now is, let's say, happening to change. So people are forming alliances and working together and partnering and building up each other, benefiting from each other. Whereas a couple of years back, you have, and I was really shocked actually by how fragmented the industry is, or the ecosystem or community is. And someone said there's a stinky cloud around someone who's applying this, and I was like, why are you not working together? So I didn't care. I didn't know anybody, so I didn't care about who is not talking to who. I don't care. So my goal was to create an ecosystem where everyone can participate and anyone can at some point have an impact on that. So and to answer your question is, we are trying to create a standardized network, or I wouldn't say factory. Factory maybe sounds so, has a negative connotation in this, but we're really trying to get innovation as fast as possible, vetted and scientifically proven and all of that, given that, to get it as fast as possible to commercialization, which then means have an impact on the individuals.
Yeah, and it's in those community settings, and often I love that you said you're coming in with a fresh pair of eyes too, because I think there's something to be said with that. There's something to be said with the families who have been in for years and years and know exactly what they, resources they might be looking for, but you also can see what ideas and resources can help a broader audience of people. And I'm sure that you're kind of helping guide the way of, more universal designing for all, so that everyone can access it. I think that is kind of a beautiful idea. But I do want to, break down and talk about some of the really important innovation projects that you are campaigning, if you will, right now, and bring some videos up and show some videos about it, and really kind of get interactive in this time to, show off what you guys are doing there. And I'd love to do that.
It all had a start, and in my case, it started with with the driver readiness platform, which is funny. You just said it so that it works for everybody. So we created, when I say we, not so much me, but Vanderbilt University's research lab around Dr. Nilanjan Sarkar and his lab team. They 8 years ago, so really long time ago, in terms of technology, 8 years is like dark ages. But they analyzed, and they saw a problem in the autistic community that learning how to drive systemically failed those individuals. And they're like, why is this? So they went into deep dive research, and the result is they came up with a driver readiness platform now with a sexier name called Sandy and not Syed, blah, blah, blah. So good marketable name, which has the intent to be so-called neurodiverse centric designed, if you so will. So, and it has proven results that with Sandy, neurodivergent individuals who never thought they can drive, they made it towards the driver's license, which is a huge, again, impact on the community towards the goal of becoming more independent on so many ways. So yeah, Sandy is the first of more products to come that we are commercializing. And I have, again, I'm here right now in Richmond to showcase this, but I have a short video, very short, to show you how this looks like and how people work with this. If you may make me I can just share this, share video file, share screen. Maybe that is better.
Yep. As soon as it pops up on here, I will play it onto the screen.
Yeah, but
it always makes me laugh about technology, because when people think about it, it's always like so fast and so easy, but there are steps. There are always steps that you have to take, and you're like, wait, this isn't so fast and easy like I thought it was going to be.
That is true. And sometimes even the best, I would say, software developers, let's say, oversee some little teeny tiny button that and then it's not working. So it's always something. Can you see my screen?
Yes, perfect.
Can you see also my screen if I do this? Oh, what do you see now?
Yeah, see the same thing. But I think you have to go over to your window that you're in, and you won't see yourself on our screen. You'll just go ahead and be looking at the Sandy screen, I believe. Yeah.
Okay.
Then you'll be able to access it.
I just started. So if you look at this video, so it's basically a product, let's say, explainer video that shows that we are, of course, state-of-the-art tech. So we actually, I stopped talking about how AI is influencing, and we will maybe also talk a little bit more about AI in general. So I'm not talking about that this is AI, because I assume that everybody expects AI in it, which also here as well. So we have a lot of algorithms and AI doing, let's say, some decisions on its own, basically. And in this case, we have here different scenarios that you can switch to. And
this is so cool.
What is, let's say, unique and no other, let's say, vendor has this is, and you can't see this here that much. We have eye gaze tracking, and as you can see, the green bar, you can decrease and increase the traffic density. So to really customize and tailor your teaching methodology towards the learners. And again, it was designed for autistic individuals, but it works for everybody else. And that is the awesome part, because unfortunately, there's a spike in anxiety also in the neuromajority, in the Gen Z, Gen Alpha, which is sad. But hey, good for us that we created a product that is working for everybody now.
That's for sure.
Yeah, that's basically, and then you drive there, and the only, let's say, idea is to prep someone with confidence and with let's say enough skills, the motoric skills and confidence and all of that, to get a good start at the in-car practice part that you cannot avoid, unfortunately. And if you can see this here, I don't know if you can see this, there's an orange square here, which shows the eye gaze tracking on the other screen where the driver is seating, so that you see this here, this is here where my mouse is, there is an an orange square, so that the driving instructor can see where actually the learner is looking at or not looking at, which you even can't do in the real world. You cannot tell. You can just guess if you ran someone over that this person maybe were overlooked, unfortunately.
Let's hope not. Yeah. Oh, this
Um,
is great.
So this is just one example of many very, very focused, let's say, products for the individuals in this regard.
And let's tell everyone that that is an obviously software, but they have a physical container, if you will, right, that you can sit in and use the steering wheel and pedals and everything. It's not just like a video you can play at home. This is an actual machine and machinery. So what I'll let you explain that better.
I tried to find this share screen and oh, here, entire screen. Here we go. Choose a screen, this one, share entire screen. Now you should see, well, infinity.
There we go.
Here we go. So on the right, you see, this is the setting at the ADAT that I did earlier today. So this, and I will stop right there. This would be, if you can have a look, you have two screens. In one, of course, you sit the driver, the learner, the student, and on the other side is the dashboard I was talking about.
Yeah.
And you can see here, this is one of our customers in, it's a driver rehabilitation partner in Houston, Texas. And if you look at this video here, I can't see. It's very simplistic, which is a great stuff. You don't need much fuzz to get the impact and the results that you want to have. So two people sitting next to each other and walking through different scenarios. And it's really, really a simplistic approach, as you can see.
Absolutely.
And that's all it is, because people are like, oh, do the screens need to be bigger and do this fancy stuff? No. It's actually only that, which is important because there's a cost component to it. There are a lot of driving simulators out there. They cost, I don't know, $7, $15, up to $150,000. Who can afford this? If you are in your local community and you want to teach kids learn how to drive by first step, getting Sandy in place, nobody can afford that. Maybe big corporations, but your one or two man show, a woman show driving school needs to have an affordable solution. That was also the intent from Vanderbilt, to create a solution that you can afford by just ordering all the equipment on Amazon. So that is also a very, very much important part.
Yeah. Incredible. And it's all about the access. When it comes down to it, it's all about that access. And, you know, driving is an important transition piece in the autistic community, in all of the neurodivergent communities, as far as, like you said, and even the increased anxiety in the majority is something that these types of tools and resources are so important for us to know about. And you know, had we have not been connected, thank goodness, now I know about all of these incredible technologies and useful resources for the community that I love to share. So I'll be doing a lot of that. And if you are a viewer or listener and you have any access to your public transportation directors or the people that make decisions in that area, if you own a driver school, if you do coaching and you work with individuals that are at the age that they want to learn, let's chat and let's talk about how we can get you this type of technology for your community. And how exciting. What an exciting time to be able to kind of live in this era where they're making these incredible devices and software available, for a broader audience of people.
But let's say, speaking of having access, so we are not stopping right there, just saying, yeah, we have a software and we help you to let's say, cost effectively and affordable, let's say, solution around it. we are always going a step further. So for example, just to let you know what kind of ecosystem only around Sandy is, let's say, happening right now. So we have and one of our earlier customers, his name is Rich Green, and he is a part of ASD Drive Ready in Florida. He is now our first official training center. So for people who want to, let's say, have a driving school, or who have a nonprofit organization, work with neurodiverse individuals, and they don't know how to teach, and they are in lack of a curriculum. So he created a curriculum around Sandy and is now helping others in local communities across the US, because sometimes they fly to him, sometimes it's a virtual course. He helps them implement Sandy and help others in their local community to teach kids or learners to work with Sandy. That is one part. So we are building a support network around Sandy, just to have more access to get, basically have no excuse not to get Sandy in your local community. And another thing is, which makes me really, really happy, is if we talked about Danny Combs from Buildable Academy, building and creating trades. So we also created a trade around it, which is starting right now with Miller Ridge in Tennessee. 2 autistic individuals decided to become a Sandy driving coach. So they are now undergoing a intensive training, which in the end leads to a certificate, so that they can be hired by local autism organizations or driving schools, and to teach others to drive and to learn how to drive with Sandy. So we are not stopping only with there. So we're always trying to get an ecosystem around the products that we do.
I love that. We have a comment, and I love this person. Tom Hoskins, he said, proud of you. And I mean, I'm sure he's proud of both of us, but Tom is a great friend of mine in the UK. So how do we get this to the UK, Jan? Here's our next question, right? Now we need to bump it over to country. So Tom, you're on that tasking you with, Tom has an amazing, he has an actual vehicle that is called the Life Coach, and he takes that and does mental health counseling at schools, and they can come and go into like the coach and get that one-on-one and other types of resources and counseling with students. So that's a kind of a good combination, or a good pair to have that. Maybe he can bring that to the schools to
we
teach.
are open to anything. Partnerships, again, I'm very much into partnerships. The only concern that I have, because in the UK you drive on the other side. I wouldn't say on the wrong side, but the other side. So you have to
you're gonna
change
have
the
to
software a little bit. Yes.
Yep, you now I got you thinking. We can make it accessible for other types of drivers. Yay. Oh no, that's great. What other kind of projects do you want to talk about, or like finish, however you want to kind of finish off Sandy, and then we can talk about other things. This is so wonderful.
So I really would like to talk about the ecosystem that we are building, where Sandy is just in air marks, a windfall or a product of this ecosystem. And so my idea is to have more. Again, I want to have a platform that at some point organizations, also individuals, can come to neurodiverse technologies and say, I am in need of driver readiness, I'm in need of interview preparation, I'm in need of, let's say, finding out what kind of job is good for me. So we at some point will have an assessment for individuals. And again, it works for everybody else, but was designed for this specific audience. So that is our vision, to create a platform where you have different steps. Some already have a driver's license, but they are focusing right now on their career. So we have certain, let's say, aspects that you can choose or not to choose to get you to the next level in your personal journey, or on your personal journey. So this is what we're doing with neurodiverse technologies. But I'm also want to, let's say, point out that what we're doing with the Frisch Center for Autism Innovation is basically setting the stage on the very foundation so that more products like Sandy and Navis coming to let's say, go to market. And one aspect is we created an incubator. It's called the Neurotech Frontiers Incubator in partnership with the Janus Innovation Hub, and they are in San Diego, which we are now, applications should start now for the third cohort already in September, where people who think they have an awesome idea about a product, a therapy, or whatever, at some point can make an impact on the autistic community, apply, and we help them in master classes, give them exposure, give them support of research, obviously Vanderbilt University plus College Autism Network, 200 plus universities. So we have access to, and we are again, talking about access. Mm-hmm. So we have access to research that you need, especially for this considered vulnerable, let's say, audience. And then we have network partners. It's the Ascend partnership that we recently, let's say, launched, which is a network across the US. So we already are in Tennessee and North Carolina, soon to be in Texas and growing. New Jersey is coming as well, where those entrepreneurs, those startups can then test their ideas, their prototypes, to get a good feedback or a bad feedback or constructive criticism to make their product better. Meaning we are vetting this along, give them access to capital. Capital is always needed. Research is always needed. Knowledge, because some people have not necessarily a business background, but they are awesome in product thinking. So they need partners helping fill the gap what they have, so that in the end, if everything goes smoothly, you have at some point a close to a go-to-market product. And either then you join neurodiverse technologies or you don't. But you have then a standardized, vetted mechanism for others that they can trust that this product comes from people who know what we are talking about, and creating a product that will have an impact on that. There's also this kind of, is it security or this trust, and all those adjectives are in those products. And that is something that Vanderbilt and the Frisch Center, of course, stand for.
And you guys just had a conference in San Diego just recently. Tell us a little bit about that and some of the technology, if you can talk about them. I don't know if that's okay. I guess they were public.
No, absolutely, because this is part of the ecosystem around the Frisch Center for Autism and Innovation. And I'm just doing the following. Come on. I want to just copy and paste this into the chat, if I may.
Yes, please.
It's the Neurotech Frontiers conference, which is about to come, let's say, to Nashville in October 13, 14, 15. And actually it was created, and I said, I was the newbie in this. I'm the new guy in town. So literally also from Germany coming to the US on so many levels, that's true. And I was checking out where could our entrepreneurs have a stage where they can then pitch in front of investors and connect with others, like-minded people. And then there was really nothing that I was thinking was good enough. Let's say that there's always something, and there are more and more initiatives coming, but there was not this holistic approach, this standalone approach, because it is so fragmented, or was fragmented. There were here a little summit, and then there was there a little bit in person. And I thought, we need to have a stage. We need to invite everyone. So we did last year in October a 3-day event at Vanderbilt University, and it was a huge success, so that we decided to make a teeny tiny travel event in San Diego in May, and now heading again to the Big Mama event in Nashville again. And we are inviting through 3 tracks. Again, research, scientists come and talk about the latest studies and finding and ideas. And then we talk about new products. We are talking about one topic will be, for example, from the investor perspective, how much can you invest and you want a hockey stick, or how much you can do to also have a social impact? So what is the grade of, I want a 10x return on investment, or is 5x also good, but I have an impact on a certain group of people? And there will be legislation and advocates and everyone. And you, Sara, you will be there. And I'm looking forward.
Yes, yay! That's the big announcement, right?
Yes. So people like to be there either in the travel event or in the big event, because they can meet, they can exchange, they can share stories and all of that. And that's what I thought was needed. And that's why we created this event as well. So again, we have, an ecosystem, everyone can come, access for everyone. So no one is excluded.
No, it's so wonderful. And me personally, I've just been so passionate in this past year of building these different type of access technology, and I'm so excited about it. So, and some of you who got to watch the sponsor reel got to see a little sneak peek of the one of the apps I'm working on. So that's exciting. And of course, when it is available, I'll be able to launch it and do all of those great things as well. But these are wonderful resources to be able to take things further, because I am lucky. I come from a background as a paralegal. I worked in a business law firm. I know how businesses set themselves up, all of those steps that you take, kind of things. A lot of people don't have access to those steps. They don't understand those steps. And so I think that giving that, like you said, ecosystem of here's the idea, but how do we bring it to fruition, is something that is so necessary, especially in a community where we may face a little bit of imposter syndrome and may think, wow, I have this incredible idea. It could literally save thousands, millions of lives, but is it really good enough? Would anybody really like it? Is this going to go anywhere? And so I think that we need coaches. We need support systems that say, yes, these ideas can be made, into something tangible, something that can help move the needle and really help people get whatever supports that type of product is bringing.
Absolutely. So, and I would say, I wouldn't say mostly, but a large portion of the entrepreneurs are basically mom and dads who have all a story with their loved ones, and they want to change something, which I find super incredible, because they are like, okay, I have this experience with my daughter, this experience with my son, nonverbal, not verbal, and maybe executive functioning, and a spectrum, right? And all those have the, I would say, I'm looking for a word. So every product has the right to come up, even if it has an impact on a smaller part of the large spectrum of neurodiversity. So I know a little bit that I cannot share now, but I know that there's a huge pipeline of products and ideas for specific parts of the spectrum, which I find interesting, because when you work together and you have one product and the support system is helping you even to launch maybe a smaller product, where, let's say, ordinary investors wouldn't say, that's not big enough. I wouldn't put money in there because it's not big enough. I cannot make so. But we are trying also to overcome this issue, because there are products that are needed, even if it's a tiny fraction of the bigger spectrum, that needed to get out there because it gets help. It is a relief for the whole family. It's not only the independence of the individual, it's the independence from the family, maybe, which is a good thing sometimes. And I don't want to, let's say, emphasize enough that behind every neurodivergent person is a family support system that also sometimes is very happy to get a relief by tech. that is helping everyone. So, and that is coming, and this is really exciting for me personally to see what's coming at some point.
I love that. No, I agree with that. And I think there's so much, and we have so many ideas out there, brilliant individuals ready to share, like you said, and a lot of family members that are seeing the needs from their own experiences that they're having, and needing to really put that forth. So I'm just got a message from another panel, so I apologize if you see me typing on the side here and listening at the same time. Talk to us a little bit about, if you can, about is it NAVIS?
Yes.
And what that consists of.
Yeah, and I just also want to share something. Give me 1 second. I was preparing this here. Copy. So NAVIS is about to launch, and it's a interview readiness platform. It's helping an individual to prep. Here is the link to the application that I'm talking about in a second. So this it's basically an interview simulation tool where you are being interviewed by an avatar based on your voice and the context that you are saying, and also again on your eyes, with an iPad first, and then we will go from there. It helps you to practice, to get confidence, to I would say survive a job interview, which is one of the most important job interviews in your life, because it sets your career in one direction or the other. And right now I shared a link with you.
Yep, I put it in the comments too.
Again?
I put that in the comments as well.
Yes, that is amazing. So we are looking for the founding 100 who will get early access to this application, to a test application, that they can, again, say what they like, what they don't like, what they hate, so that we have a chance to make it better, to put it on a roadmap, to even more validate and vet the product quality of this product. And it is supposed to hit the market in September. It is meant for the individuals, but it's also meant for organizations who work with individuals, getting them ready for their career and practicing interview skills. And also it is I would say a bridge to the other side, because there's so much, I wouldn't say ignorance, but there's so much not knowing about what potential we have here. Untapped potential, productivity potential of neurodivergent, still underemployed or unemployed individuals who seek the pursuit of happiness by having a good job career. And we are, again, with this product, helping one bit to get them closer to that goal.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much. Multitasking over here. Appreciate that. And, interviewing, there's a lot of steps that we can help people with that process. And I think that offering those types of resources for the professional population is really important for, I think gaining those skills can be, you could take it just into your future in so many different directions. Meetings that you may have to go into, all types of different steps.
I have seen firsthand the impact that it does. The driving, I saw and I like to tell this story because it had a huge impact on me personally. When I was showcasing Sandy, there was a woman with her son, and her son was end 20, early 30s. And he introduced me to his mom and said, "This is my shuttle service." And she looked a little bit odd and strange to me, like, why is he saying this? And then he was stepping into this prototype, Sandy, and I couldn't get him out because he was so fascinated. And he was, in the end, long story short, he said, "Mom, I want to try to get a driver's license." And this happened on so many levels. If you ask customers from us, and they're working with individuals, they have a huge positive impact and really success stories they can share and tell them how many, let's say, people get successful out of this program based on their experience with Sandy. And we hope that we can do the same impact with Navis as well, and with the other products coming to market soon. So it's just, we are at the beginning, Sarah. It's just the beginning.
It's so exciting. And I appreciate the opportunity to be able to come and talk about things, that I'm working on, and hopefully, like you said, get the right type of feedback, and just be excited to be a part of it all, really, and meet other people that are working in that same field. It's hard to work in such a high level, I guess, intellectual capacity on technology, and then not be able to talk about it with like my neighbors or things like that, and people close to me. So having kind of access to people that are doing the same type of work, finding your community, right? It's all about that. It's all about finding your community and feeling like you can have those conversations and really impact the community in areas that you're passionate about. At least that's what I'm finding I want to do more and more. And that's exciting. So what do you think the future of, let's talk about AI a little bit, because we only have about 15 or so minutes left, and kind of how that is playing into technology and where you see that maybe taking over. I didn't mean to say that. Taking part in the future of things.
So it always has. So I'm very much. I used AI when this wasn't a hype. So my previous company, we talked about this, was working with computer vision and AI to let's say improve supply chain in healthcare. That's why I came in the first place to Nashville and had contacts to Vanderbilt University. Actually, AI is such a. So first of all, let me say this. In all the products that we will have now, even if it's a vacuum cleaner, there will be AI. So we don't need to necessarily, that's my opinion, not to point it out anymore. Oh, this is AI. I think this is given that AI is playing a big part of it. But you can talk for hours and hours also about I would say, the dark sides of AI. And we have to talk about this, that AI will kill jobs in the next 4 to 5 years. Some may say earlier, globally, 800 million jobs, and only create new jobs, which is 100 million. So there's a gap of 700 million jobs gone. So that will have a huge impact, not only on the autistic community, but on everyone. So that is something that is a little bit scary. And maybe that neurodivergent individuals are the survivors because they think differently and they at some point go on top out of what's happening. We will see that people, some say this, but I cannot predict the future, but I see that this is coming like a tsunami. But in general, all the products will have AI in it, which is, for example, and this is a little bit controversial, maybe, but that's my opinion. When I talk with people about AI and autonomous vehicles like Waymo or other self-driving cars like Tesla and whatnot, and they assume that then everything that's the overall solution for everything. And I don't think that is true for the autistic community at all. Because I know that my daughter, she is autistic, she would never step into a Waymo because for her, it's not the way she wants to. She can drive, she has her driver's license, but she would never step into a self-driving car. So the industry sometimes overlooks that not everyone, or maybe people have anxiety towards that, which at some point you can, let's say, also practice. At some point, maybe we have a program that helps you to learn how to sit in a self-driving vehicle. But to just say out loud, then we have the solution for everything, I don't think so. So you have to be a little bit differentiating in this matter as well.
Yeah.
But AI is there, will not go back. It will change our lives like the internet, even bigger. So I cannot even grasp right now what kind of changes will come, but it will impact all of us.
Absolutely. And I think that in my world personally, like I appreciate the help that it helps me organize my brain in a different way than I had access to before. I would have to live for this summit, for example. I have 86 speakers, 20 panels, time zones, the bane of my existence up the wazoo. And had to do it by paper. I had like literal paper schedules up on my wall. And let's just say in past years, I had maybe 37 speakers. It's still an overwhelmingly amount of paper being pasted up onto something to try to keep track of everything. So I just love the fact that I've been able to really access this organizational tool to help me keep track, organize things. Yes, I have. It does have its own mistakes. You have to be human at the end of the day on your projects and really double check things that you care about. So I think that that's important. Not to mention, it's just this sometimes a voice to talk to give you just kind of a reasonable output of what might be next. And I find that to be I appreciate that, actually.
I use AI every day. I cannot think of going back to not having AI or a companion like ChatGPT, Grok, or all the names out there. But you have to be aware that there's also a dark side to it. And if you be aware and alert that there might also be negative impact at some point, but for now, everyone loves it. Everyone works it. The efficiency is going up and has so much value for everyone, in particular for vulnerable audience as well. So technology is per se not bad, but it has bad side effects, if you so will. So if you drink too much Coca-Cola, then it is not good for you.
Side effects, right? You have to be aware just overall, not just with one type of kind of scope of area in your lifetime. So such a good truth. What type of technology do you hope to see come in the future?
This has maybe nothing to do with autism, but I would like to have so more and more robots are coming. They are partners. So you will have a colleague, which is a robot, which does the same fine mechanics that you can do in maybe 3 years already. So it's huge. But I would like to have what is it called? Like a merging of tech and human. I'm not meaning in a weird way, but for example, I don't want to be a cyborg. I'm not talking about cyborgs, although the process of Elon Musk's company where you implant a chip and then you can see again in different spectrum. So that is kind of becoming a cyborg. And for some aspects, I think we should do. People in a wheelchair can then walk again and whatnot, as long as it's not perverted, if you get my drift. So that's what I'm hoping for, that people with disability can walk, can see, can hear, and can all of those things can do. Again, there's always a negative part. You can be hacked. So at some point, there's always this last mile of not know the unknown, and that is something. But everything I'm hoping for, people can use technology to get rid of such disabilities. That would be amazing.
Yeah. And medical technologies, and I mean you're there right there at Vanderbilt. I'm sure that you see them probably trying to come up with as many wonderful medical technologies as they possibly can.
Nanotechnology and computer vision, especially vision in healthcare with radiology. You can, let's say, with vision, you can detect a tumor, I don't know how many times better and more accurate than a human person already. So all good things. I'm always worried about, and maybe it's me because I worked a lot with computer vision and with AI long before it was hype. You can also, then let's say, the military purposes. That is something that is a little bit, so robots being autonomous with guns, that's something that you have in your back of your mind, or these dogs walking the park who are autonomous. That is then something where you like get a little bit scared, but there's so much good and so much positive to talk about. But don't forget, there's always something else.
Caution for the
Yes.
unknown, and just
Yes.
keep yourself safe. And you should, as if you're a parent or a educator, anything like that, always be providing guardrails for any type of access you're giving other individuals. So that's very important to keep in mind. And I'm sure that if you don't understand how to do that, we can, there's ways that you can enter different types of commands, I guess, if you could say, and really like make sure that it's a safe place for
That's
you to be.
an issue. That's a big issue because the guardrails in AI and the competition with China and with other nations and within the US, everyone is like, I want to be the first. I want to be number one. There's always this thought process of there only can be top 5, and I want to be, because everyone else is then gone. It's always like this. The smaller ones will be eliminated and let's say incorporated and all of that. The problem is with this competition right now, there are no guardrails. Everyone is running into the abyss, the unknown, and the danger just because someone else could make place number 1. And that is a big issue that I see right now with AI, good and bad. But there are no guardrails, and sometimes the humans find out that the AI is creating a new language to talk among
That's true.
themselves.
Yeah.
Or they try to. I just recently heard a story in the news that they were testing a fake company installing an AI there, and then the AI had control over everything, and then they wrote something like, "Yeah, we need to replace the AI," and then the AI felt threatened and blackmailed the CEO. Again, fake.
I heard about
It
that.
was a controlled environment. But AI already tries not to be eliminated. So we have to be careful.
Yeah.
And there are no guardrails. And everyone
better preface
nothing.
human guardrails for your humans. Like give
Yes.
your humans boundaries and rules.
Yes. Yes.
There we go. I love
It would
that.
be interesting to see the guardrails coming up with AI. I think there are none right now.
Yeah. No, you're right. I should have prefaced that a little bit more around the actual human rules and structure you're giving people to use it. And, but yeah, like you said, there's still, if you turn them onto it, there might be unabandoned, access that you can't control. So,
And a little bit scary. I was inspired by, let's say, I don't know what drove me in that moment, but I asked my AI, hey, when you could pick a name, how would you call yourself? And it chose Atlas. So now I am referring to my AI as Atlas. And I do this only, and I think so many do this as well. I think this is it's a cheesy saying, I treat your AI nice so that when they take over the world, that they remember that you were nice to them.
Did I say that to you? Because I say that all the time. I'm their best friend. They wouldn't do anything. Look at all the beautiful things I'm doing, right?
I'm no harm to you. Yes.
Oh, that's funny. I love that. Well, yeah, no, that's probably not the case at all, but human hopes, right?
Yes.
That's great. There's where where it divides us. We're definitely have the emotion versus 0 on the other side of that. So that's great. It's been so much fun to have you here today. Thank you so much for jumping in at the last second to do this with me, and having all of the videos ready to play and everything. So that was so great.
Always a pleasure. Thank you so much for having me,
Yes.
Sara.
It was so much fun. Thanks, Jan. And everybody can reach out to him at neuro-frontiers.com. I put the link over in the comments. Also, the form for got to remind me for the probably for the Neuro Frontiers conference or the incubator. And then any other information, please. Great. Your email as well. So you can reach out to Jan if you have any questions about neurodiverse technologies and all of the programs that they are offering to our amazing community. Well, my gosh, thank you so much again. And we'll be in touch. I'm sure we'll talk next week, if not sooner. So thanks,
you.
Jan. Oh, wow. Thank you. This is so incredible. Wonderful connections right along the theme of today, the 1 in 31 connection. I am on the board of a new nonprofit called the International Neurodiversity Resource Center. I totally forgot to even bring that up, that Jan and I are met through that in organization, and it's just been such an honor and a pleasure to be able to learn more about all of the incredible programs that are being offered around the nation and around the globe, of course, but through Vanderbilt and the Frist for Autism Center there in Nashville, Tennessee. Very cool. We have our next panel, and oh my gosh, I'm gonna just preface that I emailed all of my last panelists this panel time this morning. So I'm really hoping everybody doesn't show up at once. I emailed them all and said, I was an hour off. I was just so excited to see everyone. So this afternoon we are having our, let's see, community leadership, I believe, panel. Bear with me as I open my notes back up. It is definitely a Saturday, isn't it? It'll be nice to go and relax with my family after this. They won't want to relax, of course, because that's what I've been making them do all day. So I'm sure that we'll be off and about somewhere. But we are going to be talking about community leadership. Yay! I was right on task here. And we have Kimberly and Tara here with us today. So excited to have you both. And Viviana hopefully will be joining us any moment. I might send her a message on Facebook really quick, or check that if she has messaged me to get her this link in case she needs it. I know that she wouldn't want to miss it. So let me just do that really fast. Thank you, ladies, for being here. So exciting. Oh, here we go. We got a message. She won't be able to join. That's okay. Now we understand, and we can give her the grace. And I will bring our beautiful co-host that I sent the wrong time to join us. So thanks for joining us an hour early. You are welcome to stay, or you can come back in an hour if you'd like to. Kimberly, thank you so much for being here with us. Introduce yourself and let us know a little bit more about you and your business.
Sure. Hi. Thanks for having me. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yeah.
Hopefully. Okay. Excellent. So I am Kimberly Fry. I am based in Chicago, and I am a speaker, business consultant, and life coach. So I do one-on-one coaching. Primarily, my client base is late diagnosed neurodivergent adults. And in the business space, I really do a lot of work both with speaking and workshop facilitation around how do we build more neuro-inclusive environments that are, positive in culture and climate, to where all employees can feel seen and valued, and in a way that actually benefits our entire workforce. So that's just a little bit about me. Nice to be here.
Thank you. Thanks so much for being here. I appreciate the time constraints and everything. I think there was a lot of moving parts to this, and so people had to make some last minute moves and everything. So we just are so grateful for everyone. Tara, it's so nice to see you. I'm the lucky one that gets to see Tara in person here in Salt Lake City. So really, really just honored that you get to come to my summit. And you do some incredible work I get to see it firsthand in my community. So thank you for being here. Introduce yourself, please.
Yeah, thanks, Sarah. First, this is Maddie. She will be in and
Yay! Hi,
out.
Maddie.
Yeah, I'm Tara Nugent Bryan. My husband and I co-founded the Sage Canyon Autism Foundation, which is a Utah-based nonprofit. We have a flagship program called the Autism Outdoors Utah, and we offer free, low-cost outdoor programming for autistic individuals and their families across Utah. So we do things like family hikes, rafting, paddleboarding, trauma-informed yoga, sibling groups, an annual parent retreat. I'm also a trauma-informed yoga teacher and adaptive certified. I'm a marketing executive in my spare time. 2 kids, both neurodiverse, including our little Fletcher, who's nonverbal and a little ball of joy. A little bit about our work. So the idea behind our work is actually quite simple. It's joy and community belong to everybody. And we believe the outdoors is built so that every family can show up exactly who they are. Families raising autistic kids carry a lot of isolation. And we've seen just an incredible sense of belonging that happens when people are in the outdoors together. So that's a little about us.
I love that. Thank you so much for being here. And like I said, we're lucky enough that we get to do things together in the community and just know how special it is. And I've been creating these networking autism provider networking groups, and we've had some beautiful meetups and successes collaborating, bringing the autism providers together. I'm so glad that I'm sure that this idea has existed before me. I'm so glad I had the idea for us here, though. I think it's just elevating our services and our clients' resource base in Utah just to the top. So go Utah. Proud of you. Danielle, oh, my love. I haven't seen you I haven't talked to you like face to face like this. I think it's been like a year or more. So it's been too long.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Been a co-host that has been with me since 2022. So she has been a part of so many summits. This is the 8th event that I've held. And I think that if not every one, close to every single one. So thank you so much. Introduce yourself. Let people know, about you as well. And Lynette says, sorry, Lynn. I called her Lynette. Danielle is an absolute amazing person. So tell us why.
Well, thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Mama Lynn. I'm so happy to be back here. It's such an amazing space and community to be a part of. My name is Danielle. I have a master's in developmental disabilities. I studied ABA, policy, all different kinds of things. And through my professional experience, I've worked with children from early adolescence into adulthood, geriatric care, residential services, community-based services, transition planning, and actually, Sarah, this might be news to you too, but recently studied the ADOS and now a part-time psychometrist as well. So lots of exciting things. Very happy to be here. I have my own small business as well, and I've done some international advocacy and public speaking.
Yeah, it's such a powerhouse, this lady right here. And just so lucky that we've been able to stay friends for so long, and tell everyone the other exciting part about you, that nobody gets to be friends with a Disney princess. Not an everyday life. But Miss Danielle here has in her career been a Disney princess.
Yes, lots of magical moments.
So cool. It's great to have you here today. Thank you, ladies, so much. And we're going to be talking today about real change happens when people come together with a shared purpose. And when we explore how leadership can create stronger and more inclusive communities, which I think is really the theme of what both of you do. And so we'll just kind of go down our little line of questions and our outline, and what qualities define an inclusive leader. Incredible way to start that. Kimberly, how would you help us with that one?
Sure. When I was thinking of the question, one of the things that came to me, and it's probably not the right word, but I think that strong leadership really comes from somebody who is willing to be humble. And what I mean by humble is knowing and understanding that they don't have all the answers. They don't know everything. Just because they've done things a certain way for X amount of years doesn't mean that that's the way that it has to be done. And that they are willing to hear other voices in the room, in their organization, in the culture of what's happening, especially kind of, I think, in the disability space, especially around neurodivergence. I think a lot of times when I'm talking to people in business about, well, what is it that you do? I work on, neuroinclusivity and disability awareness. And often the conversations turn to, oh yeah, well, we're a pretty diverse and inclusive organization. And when I ask point blank, well, what do you do exactly for your folks who are neurodivergent or who have disabilities? Often the answer is, well, I'm not sure exactly. And so I think, that's just very telling, right? Like, I know we're doing something, but I have no idea what it is. Well, then you're obviously not doing something that's like ingrained in your culture because you're not living it every day. You should be able to just spit that right out. And so I think when I think of like the good leaders that I've had, like the excellent leaders throughout my life, they have always been people that were willing to hear from other voices and were willing to say that actually, that's a great idea. We should be doing that. We should try that. Like they're willing to try something or implement new things without it having had to come from them per se.
Yeah, I really like that. Tara, what is your take on that leadership role?
Yeah, well, that was a great answer by Kimberly. I think I'd build on it to say that vulnerability is probably one of the most important aspects. And by that, I mean being willing to share what you don't know, or to share where maybe you don't know that you're measuring up, or if there are questions that you have. And sharing that in a public way that makes it then safe for others to do the same. So creating that safe space. So that's incredibly important. I think also, as you build that kind of safe space, knowing what outcomes you're trying to build from the very beginning. And by that, I mean, a truly inclusive leader can't think of inclusivity or neurodiversity as an add-on or as a nice to have or as an afterthought. It really needs to start from the very beginning, and by design and with intentionality. And so with those things together, then it's truly building the community and knowing you're just a facilitator for that.
Absolutely. And really keeping the intentions. What are your intentions? Like, how are you bringing together the people? What really drives, what is the common thread that everyone can work towards? I think that kind of showing that you are flexible even in that, which is probably comes down to both humble and vulnerability in saying, we can work on things. I think team work is about leadership and listening, about leading and listening at the same time. Oh, this is not to keep bragging on Danielle, but she is a beautiful example of a leader. She's never afraid to admit what she doesn't know and ask questions. Danielle, the biggest fans around here.
No, I mean, that's so true. What you don't know, what you don't know. And I think as leaders, also encouraging other people that ask questions, it's okay. Or if it's parents that we're working with, people in our community, that it's okay to not know what you don't know. I mean, I think both of your responses were extremely important and so valid. And when we think about leaders and different types of organizations, we think about partnership. And what does that mean? So our next question is, how can organizations build stronger partnerships?
Kimberly, we turn it back over to you.
Sure. Even the idea of partnership, it's based on the ability to listen, right? So I think it just starts with listening, but the listening can't even happen without it feeling like a safe place for the listening to occur. So I think it really does come down to kind of what is the structure, what are the systems, like what is it that you have in place within your organization or your business, or that allows people to feel like this is a place where I can talk. This is a place where somebody is going to listen so that we can be in a partnership. I mean, because a partnership, and they talk about this, you know, when they're talking about like marriage partnerships, like it's not that they're like always going to be 50-50, right? Like there's going to be times where somebody in that partnership is giving more than the other. And occasionally, you know, and it flips the other way, just depending on capacity, depending on the need, depending on, you know, the situation. And so even as we're building partnerships, I mean, really, when you're thinking about kind of, you know, the responsibility of neurotypical folks to take that lead in building the partnership. I've had more than once working with a business where I've had a business leader say, and one was like the head of DEI for their organization. Well, they know that we're here, speaking of the neurodivergent community, they know we're here for them, but they never come to us and say what they need. And I just had to like fix my face in that moment and be like, well, that's kind of part of the struggle for folks who are neurodivergent, is understanding what they need. So you need to be able to take the lead to make it like an offer. So like thinking about like partnership, like sometimes that partnership isn't, well, we're just going to sit back and wait for them to tell us what they want and meet them, which I think is what tends to happen a lot in, you know, neurotypical spaces. Well, I'm here, I'll listen. If they ask us for stuff, we'll see what we can do for them. Even the whole idea of accommodations in workplaces is built on the person who wants or needs the accommodation has to go seek it out first, instead of it just being kind of built into the culture. So I think just rethinking that whole, what does partnership actually look like, and how do we create those opportunities for true like listening and connecting and coming together?
I love that.
Yeah, I'll take maybe a slightly different perspective, which is from our Autism Outdoors Utah program in particular, and talking about like that kind of community partnership. And one thing that has just been so moving and amazing in the work that we're doing is all of these like-minded community organizations doing very adjacent, similar things, coming together and building each other up and lifting each other up. And so it's truly not like a competitive space, like who can help the most people or something like that. It truly is like how do we partner together to create the most good or accomplish our mission in the best way possible. And that's been really moving. It's very different from like my professional life, for example, where it's very, you know, business oriented, cutthroat. And this has been really refreshing this way. As far as those partnerships go, it's kind of what we've already stated, which is it's by design and intentional, knowing the outcome that we want to get. And then it's kind of going at it with your whole heart, and going at it with your whole heart in a true team approach. So it's been a lot of fun from our perspective to kind of build those partnerships and build that community. And we're growing, so more to come on that.
Yeah, I can see that for sure. And, you know, I personally have been in Utah for my, you know, son's entire 16 years on the spectrum. And it hasn't been until this last year that I have felt like I'm included in the local community, that I have a space in this local community, because you guys are a little bit newer, you know, to Utah and in general and everything. And I think that I really didn't feel like there were community efforts to bring people together. I wasn't seeing that. I had joined some groups and was judged and questioned often. Are you even autistic? Should you even be here? And really just kind of shocking in spaces where I had thought and considered that I would belong and I could find, you know, like community. So no, I think that it's been so beautiful and so refreshing. And I don't know if it's just because this like new people have entered the space, and those new people have this beautiful air of community already about them. And so, they're welcoming all of this in, and it's increased, I think, our community-based efforts, and like my positive feeling about it tenfold since I've been involved. And it's been wonderful. So I think
Yeah,
so.
I mean, I'll validate you on that. When Fletcher was diagnosed, we quite honestly didn't see a lot of this community. Like, we had to try to seek it out. When we saw how he reacted to the outdoors, for example, and we thought, oh, we need to do more of this, we looked and there was nothing. There was very little, which is part of why it is the reason we founded Autism Advocacy Utah and the Sage Canyon Autism Foundation. And so I think, to build on that, and what you've done such a good job of as well, is build the community that you don't see, that you want, that you need.
Yeah.
And that's been huge. And then it opens the door for others to do the same thing.
Exactly. And I couldn't agree more. When we lift others up, we don't get weak, we get stronger. It can just the same thing. Like, I want to add as many collaborations and resources as I can for all of the individuals who follow any of my channels or summits or podcasts, anything, so that I want you to have the best, most incredible resources available for your families as possible. So hopefully you see that happening. Danielle, what do you think about that?
I mean, Sara, I think you're a perfect example of this. Really. No, but it really is about bringing in those different members and finding your tribe and things that make you happy. And whether it's your child, yourself, a family member, a friend, what do they enjoy? What are they seeking in life? And if it's not there, let's build it. And a lot of changes that we do see throughout the nation, throughout the world, is because we're not afraid to say, this is where we belong and this is what we need. And sometimes that may take a few weeks, months, years, but if you continue to persevere and work towards that goal, anything can be accomplished. And it's okay to ask for help. And it was reminding me of one of the previous conversations about independence. Yeah. I think the leadership and the independence all kind of tie in together with, it's okay to ask for help. And you can still be strong, independent, fearless, and have a need for help. We're human.
I love that. I really do. I think that not only did my family and my teenagers actually take that information and hopefully will run with that independence does not mean doing it alone. It means understanding how to objectively get what you need, whether that is through support or not. So I love that reminder. Thank you. We're literally just talking about like the roles that community members play in creating change. And I think that we're all literally doing that. Tell us a little bit about in your area, Kimberly, what you're seeing. Where are you at again too? I don't know if you said that. You may have, and I just
Yeah, no, that's okay. I mentioned it very briefly at the very beginning. But I live in Chicago. Okay. So I've been back home. I grew up in the suburbs, but I've been back in the city proper for almost 14 years now. And Chicago does have a very great outdoor community, but I'm like listening to the stuff that you're talking about. I mean, we're not Utah, but we do have some really great outdoor things, but I don't think we have anything like that similar to what you're talking about. But now I'm like, I'm going to put that on my list to see if there is anything similar to that. So, but I think what I see here in the city is there's definitely a lot more understanding about what neurodivergence is, what it means to have autism, what does that look like, especially for females. Like a lot of my clients that I work with are women who were diagnosed later in life and they did not get diagnosed when they were younger. And so I think it's just bringing a different layer to conversations that are being had. And so within the business spaces, like as I talk to business leaders, often I hear a lot of, oh yeah, I've heard, XYZ, or I feel like there's more understanding and awareness. I'm like, great. So what can we do? How can we kind of work together to then create places where people come together and can learn and can grow and can figure out, like, what does that mean for me? What does that mean for me as an employee? What does it mean for me as, a person? And so I think that's where there is a gap here that right now I feel like there are patchwork organizations that are kind of trying to figure out how to fill that gap, but maybe not quite as much like concerted. I mean, Chicago's a big city. There's a lot of people. And so I think what would be amazing is if there was like a central way to kind of start connecting, like, oh, this organization does this specific type of help. This organization does this specific type of focus. But there are definitely, I feel like on a weekly basis, I'll see something pop up like a support group or some type of talk group that's happening. I'm like, all right, so I'm seeing some cool things happening. So how do we now concert these efforts together to really kind of weave it through? But yeah, so I think there's definitely progress that's happening. And so we just got to go with what we're given and then figure out how can we do more.
Yeah. How can we scale these?
Yes.
Really bring it together. Tara, what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah. So in addition to all that's already been said, which is fantastic, one thing that I've noticed is as we involve more people in our foundation and the work that we're doing, they in and of themselves become leaders of our foundation and of our program. And that's been a really fun thing to see. So, and it's been happening organically where we've had various people and the best part is people with autism themselves, which is really, really, really important, right? If you're building an inclusive program, take the lead and suggest programs or run programs themselves, or show up in the spaces that we ask them to help us out. So I think not overlooking the community also means like creating leaders in places that maybe you weren't quite expecting.
And I love using that, same term, nothing about us without us, and really making sure that the autistic voices of the community are first and foremost of kind of what the guardrails, sorry, my yawn conversation, guidelines of the, of the program and things like that, or the activity kind of resource, whatever you're providing. I think that's great.
Yeah, and that's one of the things I love about this summit is we're bringing together voices from all over, so you get to hear about what's working in my community. Oh, I never thought about that. Maybe I can do this. And then the power of connection and networking, and you say something, it makes me think of someone, and you're like, yes, we need to connect them, and we need to have these conversations. Kimberly, when you mentioned Chicago, my brain went to, I'm not sure if you're familiar or connected to the Autism Hero Project, but they're doing a lot of work in Illinois, and there's a gala coming up on September 19th. 99% sure it's the 19th, but I mean, just things like that.
Yeah, and she's incredible.
Tamika.
Woo!
Yeah.
So amazing. So if you are not connected, Kimberly, with her, we'll definitely do that. And Jamal Owens, I think Jamal also runs like an autism project there. I think he does a lot of like dad works, like like dad community works and things, which is so important. It's so important to have all of those pieces covered, because there isn't just one part of autism that needs support. It's every single piece, the child, the family, the environment, all of those parts. So yeah, that's great. You want to go next, Miss Danielle?
Sure. Okay. So how do we move from awareness to action? And we did touch on this a little bit, but what else can we add to that concept? And when we're talking to people who maybe they're like, oh yeah, I have an autistic neighbor, or I know a little bit about autism, how do we continue to push that awareness into action? We hear about things, a lot of things in the news lately. How do we take that conversation and move it into action?
So one thing that pops into my head is be unapologetically yourself in public spaces. So one thing that comes to mind is, like I previously shared, my son, Fletcher, who, Sara, you've met him.
Mm-hmm.
He's a little ball of sunshine and joy everywhere he goes. He is, he's autistic. He's getting into things. He's taking his clothes off. He's doing all sorts of things like that. And we are not apologetic for that. We recognize who he is without having to shrink from it or hide from it. And that what the goal overall is to say autism isn't something that you just become aware of or you look at or you're like, oh, I know things about autism. It is just part of the fabric of our society and who we are. And by that virtue of that, accepting people where they are, how they show up in all spaces and all places without having to even label it necessarily or give it an excuse, quote unquote. So I think that's really big. And then along that line, this idea of joy as a form of resistance. So we are not a tragedy. We are not to be hidden. We are not, ashamed of who we are in public or ashamed of what we have to do or whatever. We are joyful about who we are. We celebrate every aspect of ourselves, and that joy, by virtue of the way our society seems to be right now, is resistance and doubling down on that. And so, I almost bristle at the idea that, autism awareness, because that puts it in a category that we have to be aware of. We have to be aware of autism when really it should just be a part of the fabric of who we are.
Yeah. Autism life. Here we go. And it's so true. And I think that, I see in our community that we really, for me personally, I love that you said you're just unapologetic about things. And I think it almost gives us this kind of level up thinking that, sorry, all you other individuals don't necessarily have, and we're lucky to be able to have it. We have a better perspective now. We get to take this perspective and broaden it over everyone. We're no longer, and so hopefully we can help those who don't have that same understanding or powerful minds to be able to do that. No offense, people, but I think that maybe this will challenge you to understand more, not just be aware. Yeah. Kimberly.
Well, and I think it's this idea of calling people in, not calling people out. Like when I first was introduced to that phrase, I was like, I really like that, because when you're calling people in, because we want people to join us, right? Join us in understanding, our mission of everybody just needs to know and understand and respect. Like you said, autism is a way of life. There are people who are autistic. I love that you talked about, Tara, the joy as a resistance. I did a whole one of my podcast series was on the many faces of resistance, and the last one that I talked about was joy, because I felt like it was the most powerful. And so I really think for people who do have the opportunity to be in spaces where maybe knowledge isn't as common or acceptance and understanding isn't as, as present as it should be, then it's that person, like for me, when I'm in spaces, it's my responsibility to call people in, and to, when somebody says, oh yeah, like I understand, or I hear, or whatever, to just kind of respond back with, so what are you personally doing? Or what is your company personally doing? Or how do you support your team? And, or when I have somebody in business that says, well, I don't think I have anybody in my team that is autistic. And I just kind of smile and I say, well, statistically speaking, unless you only have about 5 people on your team, you probably do. And you just don't know. Like sharing things like in a way to call people in and help them understand and realize like, oh, this is knowledge that I should have and that I want to have. Like, give me, I want to kind of know so that I can do my part. Even, among, like, I've had it with colleagues, I've had people kind of change even their questioning and perspective on things because of conversations that I've had with them, and where they've said like, well, I used to think this, but now when I see a situation, or now when I hear of XYZ, like I try to think of the things that you've shared or that we learned in that workshop or whatever. And so I think that's really like, how do we call people in and bring them in to where they are the ones that are also amplifying kind of, our message and the work that's being done.
I love that. Call people in, not call them out. Oh my gosh, it's great. It's great. Danielle, I want to hear your thoughts on that too.
Yeah, I've never actually heard that either. That's really great. Call people in. Yeah, I think the more conversations we have, as it was mentioned earlier, no one's here to hide inside their house. We're here, our stories are beautiful, and it's how we know more. And then it doesn't have to become awareness, to Tara's point. Like, this is life, and these are people, and this is how they experience the world, and it's beautiful and it's amazing. There's nothing to be ashamed of.
I love that. This is so wonderful. I've just gotten chills on so many of your answers to these things. Just so moving. What leadership lessons have shaped your work? That's a great question. Tara, let's go to you since we just switched up a bunch.
Yeah. I think the biggest lessons were in the mistakes that I made or the conclusions that I jumped to. I think when you're moving fast or when you're kind of myopic in your viewpoint, you miss things. And when you miss things, that has consequences for other people. So especially when, I was younger and I got promoted very quickly in my professional life to where I was managing people and leading large teams. And I made a lot of mistakes that, fortunately, because I had a team that felt comfortable sharing, I got to learn from. So I think being reflective and self-aware and open to feedback is probably, being able to do that is probably the biggest thing. As far as the work with Autism Outdoors Utah, one of the biggest lessons I've had to learn also is how to plan and then let go. So as a leader, sometimes we think, oh, I'm leading, I have control. Here's how things will go. Here's how things are going to look. And it's good to plan, and it's good you have to, and then let go and adapt and move as you need to move. And that's a lesson that I'm learning slowly, but it's been very helpful.
I'm going to tell that to my 14-year-old. She is a master planner. She loves to have the plan. Once she has to, it really, like, she thrives on that. And I think that'll give her so much less stress about it and let her like make it and live and not realize that the ending outcome she's not in control or in charge of that. That is and will be. Which she can make all the plans that she needs to make up until that point. I love that. Danielle. Oh, I can't hear you. You must have turned your microphone off.
Can you hear me now?
Kimberly, we need you to answer that as well. Sorry, Danielle, I'm putting you back on mute.
No worries. I like that, what you were saying, like the planning and letting go. I think that's always a hard lesson, because like the best like plans. I come from the world of education. I was a former teacher for over 20 years. So I definitely know a lot about making the best laid out lesson plans and them not going anywhere near what you thought they were going to. But I think the other part, one of the things that, especially I think sometimes because I came from the world of education, that I had to really cultivate is that idea of, and I always think of, we have 2 ears and 1 mouth for a reason, because we're supposed to listen more and talk less. And I think when I was younger in my career and in my leadership positions, because similar, I kind of was given leadership positions very early in my career. So it's kind of like learning it as I go. And really kind of understanding the value of, I don't have to be the first person to speak. It's okay for me to listen to what everybody else in the room kind of has to say before I kind of, come in with what I have to say. Like, my ideas don't have to be the first ones that are heard. They don't have to be the loudest ones that are presented. And like I was kind of talking before, and that humble aspect, and they're not always going to be the best one, right? Somebody else might sometimes have a better idea than I do. And so I think that's just a really important lesson to kind of know. And I think a couple of things that were really impressed on me very early in my career was, the first one was that no real learning is ever going to take place without there being a real relationship established first. So even when you are in teams of, you're in a role of leadership, like if you're wanting to lead your people, that's not going to happen authentically or genuinely if you don't have true relationships with them. And so I think that's something that I've always worked really hard, is like, okay, building real relationships with the people that I'm working with. And then the other part to that is, all behavior has meaning. Right. And so I think those 2 things guided me as an educator for years, but they still guide me even now as an adult working with other adults, because, our behavior has a meaning. Just because I don't understand in that moment what that other person's behavior is meaning doesn't mean that there wasn't a meaning to it. And that's kind of part of that leadership, is digging in and figuring out, like, well, what is going on with this person? Like, how do I support them? Like, this doesn't seem to be working. Like, so what is it that's truly happening that I can kind of support them in a better way? And so I think those are kind of the 2 of the like goalposts that I've tried to incorporate throughout the years.
I love that.
Yeah, that rapport building is so important.
Really?
I just led a group last month. We went to Italy and we worked with this fantastic woman who is really working towards policy change. And that's a whole story for another day, but building that rapport. And when you think about cultural humility, and when you're working with different countries, different people, it's learning about where they're at, meeting them where they are, and building that rapport to develop that relationship. So it's not just here's what we're going to do today and that's it, because it also is so important to create a sustainable impact. And you do that when you're working with another person, not just, this is what you do, X, Y, and Z, and this is the best way to do it. You feed off of each other, you learn things every day. And that's one of the things that I love about this work, is that constant thirst for knowledge and to learn more and to hear different perspectives and to listen to different stories and just build on that collaboration.
I love that. Yay. Exactly what we're doing. You ready?
So for our last question, our last question, where do you see the greatest opportunities for growth? And Sarah, I don't know if you want to elaborate on this a little more.
Yeah, sure. I'll be the first one to answer. I haven't been asked any questions. I love that. I think, for me personally, I mean, I have impressionable teens. For me, leadership in my role in my family right now is being that role model and that friend and that leader for my teens, and showing them how they need to show up for themselves, how they need to look, just like we learned, we'll repeat it again, that independence doesn't always mean you do it alone. How to give them the tools to really show up for themselves, to be their own leaders in their own lives. And I think that even the range of kind of support needs that exist between my oldest and youngest, there's still going to be a sense of leadership I want to instill with DJ. The sense that, you may not have the same opportunities, and be able to work in the public community. But guess what? You have a YouTube channel that you're running and it's monetized, and you have a job. You are a meaningful, supporting individual in the community. And it doesn't matter that you don't have to show up at the grocery store bagging someone's groceries, because that is the skill level that somebody decided you were capable of being. It's that you get to do what you love. And we, as the leaders of our children, get to guide them in those directions that will be most fruitful and successful for them. It doesn't matter if he's going to be living down my hallway for his whole life. What matters is the opportunities he has that we show him he can get, whether they're here or there, wherever he's most comfortable, because it's all about that environment we provide for them. So yeah, and hopefully we can get him going to some more outdoor activities and doing things that we love. But sometimes that's more of a struggle, because that important thing for him, which is that internet connection, isn't available in many of those mountains. And we have to kind of help him readjust maybe what is important in his life. So I just kind of threw that together right now in my mind, that maybe those are some new goals that we work towards. But it all comes down to that. Thanks, Danielle.
Every time you say teenage or 16, I'm like, no, he's only 10.
I
No.
know. Oh my gosh, it's crazy. How can it be even, right? Yeah. Incredible. And for those of you who haven't seen him or don't know him, you can go back to the very beginning opening ceremonies if you want and watch the first clip where he helps introduce the summit. He's such a special kid. They're all special kids. Even the grown, all the grown-ups, everybody. So yeah, we're just love that. Well, you
Kimberly?
guys, yeah, take the floor.
I think I am very excited about the opportunities for growth within, again, because I do work with businesses and I do the speaking kind of circuit and workshop facilitation. I am very excited about the potential for growth within business spaces. I was having this conversation with somebody pretty recently about, I feel, having been in education for over 20 years. So I started teaching late 90s, early 2000s, and teaching and special education services and least restrictive environment, and all of that looked way different back then. And the idea of inclusivity in schools was completely different back then. And so I spent, especially the first 10 years of my career, really as an educator, being like, yes, my children are going to go on the field trip. Yes, and by my children, I mean my students, right? Because they were my kids. Yes, my children get to go to music. They get to go to lunch, like having to fight for like every little inclusive moment that would happen during a school day. And to where by the time, like the end of my teaching career, when I transitioned into my own business, it really was, and this was a conversation I was having, where a lot of school districts have gone to a more universal design model where it's, okay, so what do students with disabilities need? What classes do they need? What should their lunch schedule be? We're going to put all of those in the schedule first, and then we'll build the schedule around that, right? Because everyone's still going to get the classes they need, but we're just going to make sure that the students with disabilities don't fall through the cracks and miss out on opportunities. And that's like a 180-degree shift from where education was when I started so many years ago. And because that has happened in school spaces, I have this hope and belief that it can happen in business spaces. And I think too, especially with, there's a lot of talk about, younger employees coming in and Gen Z employees coming in, and the pros and the cons and the strengths and the difficulties that come with Gen Z employees. And I'm like, well, The reality is over half of Gen Z employees identify as being neurodivergent in some way. That means you've got to change how you operate as a business. And so I feel like this is a great moment where, you know, the culture is right, the understanding is right, there is more awareness, and there is just this realization of we have to change how we do things if we want to be able to have workplaces where people want to work. And, you know, and unfortunately in the business world, that's kind of all they care about, right? Like, we want people to come and work and be productive. That is unfortunately where we are in the business society. But let's for lack of a pun, let's capitalize on that capitalistic point of view and be like, okay, well, we need to create places then, and that are actually inclusive to where people can do those things. And so I think I'm excited about that. And because I've seen it happen, hopefully it won't take 20 something years for it to happen. But because I've seen it happen, I'm like, this can happen. We can do this. So yeah.
I love that.
Well, Kimberly, I celebrate you because you teachers are stunning and amazing. And when you say fight, that is not hyperbole. I've seen it. Yeah, my mom's a special ed teacher as well, and my sister-in-law is a music teacher, so I see firsthand. Unfortunately, there's also still a fight, especially in Utah here. I just had one the other day with the IEP team, so I won't go into that, but just to say, like, thank you from the bottom of my heart. Yeah, growth. So Sage Canyon Autism Foundation, I said earlier, we're growing very fast. And we there are so many areas that we can grow in. For example, our rafting program, we had over 2,000 people apply to come rafting with us.
Wow.
So we had to do multiple lotteries, and the demand is there. And so that's been really, really exciting. There's also associated demand, especially as we're trying to make sure that we ensure inclusivity with things like childcare, something as simple as childcare, or making sure that there's accessible spaces available in a way for us to be able to bring people on trails and lakes and rivers and things. So I think for us, the growth being, again, the word intentional with our growth, trying to do the most good that we can as quickly as we can, because the demand is there. That's exciting to see, but we need to be thoughtful about it so we can do it in the right way, and we're not being reactive, and we're not, expecting people to shove into the programs that we've created in that reactivity. Also, anyone in Utah, that's a call to reach out to us because we need help. So if you want to volunteer, we are very excited to welcome you on board.
Love that. Please do. Please join and be a part of that incredible community and activities. And I have a lot of friends that have gone on trips with them and just have had incredible experiences and are really happy with the program itself and the opportunity to be able to take their family with other families who understand them. It's huge. Absolutely. Oh, this has been such an incredible panel, and we're basically down to just kind of our closing thoughts and questions. And what leadership advice would you give someone who wants to make a difference? That's really special. Let's hope we find these people that want to make a difference, and I think we have. We've brought more than 80 of them, 100 of them together in this summit. So. Kimberly, what do you think about that?
Well, I think it's, you don't have to reinvent the wheel, because like you just said, or like Tara, you're talking about your organization, there are so many organizations out there that are already doing incredible work. I think it's find one and go to them and say, hey, how can I help? How can I be a part? What role can I play? Even if it is just volunteering. I think a lot of people don't realize how much that just volunteering is, like how crucial that is, both to the organization itself, but then also to the individual, like for their growth and learning, and just to be like in it, right? Because you don't know what you don't know. And so until you're like kind of in whatever that organization, whichever the organization is that's doing the work, you don't see what the work is. And so I think that's really the best piece of advice. And I say that to even clients that I work with, like that are trying to like figure out for their next stage of life. I'm like, volunteer somewhere, like literally find a place that aligns with what you believe and where your heart is and volunteer. And so I think that's just, don't think like, what can I do, that you actually have to do it yourself. It's what can I do to support something that's already being done, for sure.
I love that. And there are so many, like we're learning, today, so many organizations that if you just reach out to your, get on Google, get on social media and just say, volunteer opportunities in my area for autistic programs or things, I'm certain you'll be able to find some. If you cannot find any, please reach out to me. I will find the people for you to find and we'll get you connected with them. So, Tara, like, finish us off with your thoughts on this.
Yeah. So I think one of the biggest pieces would be actually something I learned from Barry Prezant, who wrote Uniquely Human. If you have not read that book fundamentally changed the way that I think about and understand autism. So highly, highly recommend. But one of the core takeaways for me was this concept of asking why and being curious. And from that place of curiosity and asking why, kind of knowing what the next step should be, and not assuming that but exploring everything from problem solving to understanding all behavior as communication, even touching on, Kimberly, what you just talked about, being curious about what is available and what can I contribute to that. I think sometimes, and we see it in our organization as well, occasionally we'll get comments on people with that are mad that we're not offering something very specific or something that they want to make sure that they see. And my response to that is always, first of all, compassion, because they clearly believe very deeply about this and they're needing this. And my second thought is something along the lines of like, help us create it then.
Yeah. Are you making it?
Like help us do it. Yeah. Like, great. You want that? Like, let's do it. Come on. So, just you asking why, being curious is probably the strongest trait that you can have.
I love that. And I think that when we stay in our curious mind, no matter where we are in our life, we're always learning and being open to growing, and taking in new information and perspectives can only grow us stronger, more wonderful people to be, a part of. So thank you guys so much. This has been such a fantastic panel. Danielle, leave us with your thoughts about this.
I also just wanted to second Uniquely Human by Barry Prezant. Such an amazing book. And also the podcast, Uniquely Human, the podcast, is another great resource. Such valuable information. So thank you for sharing that. But yeah, it's just extremely excited. Meetings like this also help refuel me, and I just get more and more excited every time. I think I lost my main train of thought, so I was just so excited. To be continued.
I love it. Well, and the invite is always open. Kimberly, Tara, definitely whatever you need out of your organizations, please let us know. Please share everything in the comments so that our listeners and viewers have access to those resources and can get a hold of you and share all the things, please. This is what this community, this summit, the 1 in 31 Connection Autism Summit, is all about, making sure everyone has incredible access to incredible organizations. Thank you so much.
It came back to me.
Yeah. Oh, do it. Say
it. It's one of the things that Kimberly said. It's the just. I hear it a lot. Like, oh, I'm just an RBT. It's just dropping the just. Like, just go for it. Get out there, make those connections. And, you don't have to reinvent the wheel. If there's something you want to do, go learn from others and maybe replicate it, maybe be a part of it, whether you're volunteering or adding to it. There's nothing that you can take away, but there's so much that you can give.
Love that. Thank you. That's incredible. I love that. There's nothing you can take away, but you can always give. And I think that we should try to focus on that more, about that, really understanding how we participate in our communities as community leaders, staying kind of on top of language and expression, and really being open to learning how we can always be including and inclusive for all. And I think everyone here is doing such a fantastic job. So thank you so much. Honored to have you both here. You get to stay, Danielle, so that's why I didn't include you in that both. And thank you for volunteering your time on a Saturday, for showing up and trusting that this would be a good space to participate in. And yeah, I'm really happy that you both are here with me today. And like I said, invitation is always open for the future summits to come.
Thank you for having us. This was wonderful.
It was so much fun.
Yeah, appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank
definitely.
you.
We'll be in touch for sure.
All
Thank
right.
you so much. And go on the other, go and watch the last panel
The
as we
last
do
one.
our
Yeah.
closing thoughts here today. Oh, so
Thanks.
exciting. Thanks so much. Bye. Oh, wow. Danielle, thank you. Thank you for coming. Viviana was also going to be on that panel. We got a message from just at the last second that something had come up, but we're always flexible. And and it was just such perfect timing for you to accidentally come early, since everyone got that email that I sent with all of the wrong time zones. So everyone else that is here that I will be bringing up, thank you very much for your patience. Oh, Stephen, Rob, and Martin, it is
here we are.
exciting to have you guys here.
Hi, could you hear me?
Yes.
Great.
Check.
Wow, it works.
Wonderful. Oh, it's great to have you here. And do you all know one another? Let's make proper introductions. Danielle.
Well, I don't know. Who is this Danielle person?
I don't think I've ever met Stephen Shore. Not in India, not in New York or Boston. I don't know.
Not at all.
Wonderful.
No, but all jokes aside, actually, Rob, we have not met yet. I know Martin and I have met in many virtual spaces, many panels and community discussions. But yeah, it's great to be here with you all. I'm currently based in Orlando, Florida. Happy to be part of this event for many years, whether it's co-hosting, being on panels, just being part of this community.
Yeah, loving it. And Rob and Stephen, Stephen, you were in my very first event, the 1 in 44 tour back in 2022.
Oh, yeah, a long time ago. Yeah.
So these have been going strong. This is the 8th event. And Rob, is so good to have you join us, because you're my new friend in this space. You and I just got to make this connection recently. And I'm so excited to have you here.
Well, that means you can't have any friends after me, because I always want to be your new friend.
Okay, agreed. Sorry, everyone. Oh, that's great, Martin. It's always good to see you. This is your second time being here in this summit, even.
Yep.
So exciting to have you here. He got to. Martin is our 1 in 31 honorarium ambassador. He helped bring sponsors and viewers, and we're just so grateful for the work he did in helping create the incredible summit that we've put together. Well, yeah, me and ChatGPT, at least. That's the we. It's been so much fun. This is the 4th day. We had 20. This is the 20th live panel for this event. So much information, education, resources that have come through this studio, if you will, and incredible voices to be heard. We had 100 speakers sign up for this event. I felt like maybe people were running a sprint at me, couldn't have been more honored and more excited to have that and to be able to share every one of those voices with us today. So thank you guys for being here. Yeah, there's no rules. We're unabandoned time for, well, we have about 30 minutes, but we can do as much as we want in that time. So how would you guys like to start off this conversation? Rob, you're newest in this group of folks. You tell us a little bit about yourself. Introduce yourself to the group.
Well, I want to especially say hi to Danielle because Stephen knows you, and if Stephen, you got Stephen's approval, so I know we're close in that way. And hi, Martin. Well, what I like to say when I do these webinars, and Steve and I did dozens of webinars together, and what I'd like to say, I'm on the front line when we're working with autistic kids. So I'm not lecturing all over the world like Stephen is, I mean, anyone could do that.
But it's a dirty job, and John Wayne ain't available.
But I'm on the front line, seeing thousands of kids, thousands of young adults and adults, and so my experience when I wrote my this isn't. I'm not promoting it.
You better do it. This is all about promoting. So yes, sir.
Part of who I am. Wrote this book, Uniquely Normal. And I'm not going to say anything about the forward being written by Temple Grandin. I'm not doing that. It's all about my experience. I think I have 5 references in the whole book, So it's about my experience and the tricks that I've learned. When I'm writing the book, I ask somebody next to me, do I have to put in every one of my tricks? Because if you're a teacher or parent, hey, this is unique. And the person says, yeah, you got to put in my trick. So all right. I mean, for $20, somebody can go, oh yeah, sorry about that. So I think that's what I bring to the table is my experience with this population and understanding how to teach a child to speak who've never spoke before, or teach a kid to deal with parents who are splitting up, which is in my mind, because that's what I'm working with now, and it's very difficult. Yeah. And knowing that my focus is with the kid. So you can have 2 parents screaming at me from different angles, and it's like, it's so clear what my job is. My job is only for the benefit of the kid. And I'm good at that now. It took me a while to be really good at that, because you need to know, I guess, what is the best thing for the kid. So that's my job. When someone comes to me, my kid is this, my kid's behaving this way, my job, it's a cognitive approach that I use. So I'm interested in how and why any kind of behavior is done. And then I'll know that my job is to know what needs to be done for this child to learn how to behave better, so to speak. So I don't know if that's anything myself, or I'm just happy to be here.
Yay, we're happy to have you. And thank you so much for that introduction. Stephen, introduce yourself for the autistic community that has no idea who you might be.
All right, well, it's great to be here. Great to see familiar faces with Martin over here, and the inimitable, indestructible, indelectable Danielle. And got Rob over here. So what brings me to the table? I'm autistic, so I think that's a good part of it. And as Rob said, I do travel extensively to talk about autism or consult on it. Spent the last 2 weeks in India doing a keynote and observing programs, including the Higashi School for Autism. They've really developed over the past couple of years. Danielle was with us last time, so you remember that. And then yesterday I spoke at the Neurodiversity Alliance Summit in Denver about Carl the Collector. that 80 episode animated series featuring with the lead character is autistic.
Emmy Award winner right
Yeah,
here.
that too. Yeah, Emmy. Yeah, got to get that in there. Emmy Award winner. So I have an Emmy Award hanging out at home, and
wow.
So talking about that, it looks like there's a good chance that there'll be a second season, and we're going to start work on that.
Congratulations.
So that will be good. And so that was yesterday. Today, I'm just kind of hanging out in Los Angeles in the airline lounge. As you can see, the handle of my bag over here, because it's off to Australia
Ooh.
in a couple of hours to talk at another conference. So there's a lot of autism in the world.
A lot of work to be done, and you are one of our top leaders out there doing it, and we just honor you and thank you and give you Emmy Awards for all of the incredible work. Martin, hello.
Hello again. Wow. I'm going to be honest, I didn't think I was going to be back on. I mean, it's really incredible to be amongst all of you amazing individuals. I mean, Sarah, for real, with all these speakers that signed up, it shows that your conference has so much value and that they really take away a lot from it. And honestly, I'm excited to see what the future holds for your conference. For those who don't know me, I am an award-winning disability advocate. I collaborate with local politicians in California. I just recently designed San Jose's first ever autism flag that was raised, which is really cool. I've spoken in Dubai. That was, oh my gosh, if I ever had time to share that story, that was something incredible happened that really was incredible. And I'm also a Special Olympics athlete and book author, along with running my company, Spire Autism.
Love that, Martin. And you gave the most moving, incredible speech for the closing day of day one to really just boost the summit into it's autism advocate space, right? That it is it's always been about. It's always been about bringing autistic voices to the stage, to the front. Here we are. Jazz hands, and everybody gets to just take a bit of fun from us. And lately I've been kind of thinking and feeling a little bit selfish because here I am holding online parties, inviting all my friends, making the public watch us. I know that they probably want to be a part of it, but that's the way it feels like to me. I'm so excited. Danielle, you get to do your introduction as well for this panel and just for those that might be joining us.
Well, I think I might have to steal Rob's line. I'm on the front lines. I like that. I've been working for the past 10 years or so now in different areas, from residential services, community-based services, transition planning. I've had an amazing opportunity to start traveling internationally 3 years ago, and that's taking me to Dubai, India, Kenya, Tanzania, for different conferences and awareness campaigns, which has been such an amazing journey. Currently, I host a podcast where we talk about different career journeys and ways that you can get involved in advocacy to help address that darn staffing crisis that unfortunately has been part of our world for far too long. So raising more awareness, bringing more people into the field of human services, a part-time psychometrist, so getting to work with the littles again, and not just littles, but anyone that's looking to seek that autism diagnosis or has a referral for one. So it's been a beautiful journey. It's brought me to amazing communities like this one that we have today. And I love it I hope to continue to learn every day and just continue to expand on that growth in the world around us.
I love that. And, I was just thinking, I think all of us, except for Rob, because I didn't know you then, dang it, have been in all, have been in the summit since 2022, and have been a part of it in one way or another. And so thank you guys for joining me in this incredible, and fun way to further, awareness, understanding, action. That's what I really love about the world today, is how much action we're making and taking, whether that is because we have more access to technology, and being able to really provide more opportunities for those around. But I'm excited to hear kind of all of your ideas about the future of autism, what you love to see, what you hate maybe that is going on. We won't get into too many like actual political talks, but we'll leave it there. But other things like that, and just really kind of find out what you'd like to see coming into the future of autism in general. Yeah, where should we start? Well, who wants to go first? Let's see. I don't know. Stephen, I think I was calling on you too.
So what I'm seeing in the future is increasing amounts of meaningful and authentic autistic involvement in things related to autism. One area that we're seeing that is an increase in CBPR, community-based participatory research, where the work I'm doing, and others as well, means authentically involving and engaging autistic people in all aspects of the research, not just studying autistic people, not just having an autistic person on call to refer to or not refer to as research is being developed, not going beyond putting an autistic person on an advisory board and maybe talking to them or maybe not, but into the nitty-gritty. And when we do that, the research becomes more meaningful for autistic people. And we can get better results because we can get autistic input as to what are the important questions and how do we ask these important questions. And I see that spreading out into other areas as well. So, for example, if an organization is perhaps building a school, involving autistic people in decisions in terms of sensory related issues that may come up. And I remember being contacted by the person who built the league school some years ago. And he contacted Temple, he contacted myself. It was unofficial, it wasn't written anywhere, but there he was talking to us. What kind of lighting should we use? How should we deal with noise? How much noise is too much noise? And we're also seeing this now in employment as well, consulting directly to autistic people about how we can make the workplace better and finding ways to involve people in the workplace as valued employees. And likewise, as we're developing educational strategies. And we're also seeing autism in media. And we're still at a point, both in media and in society in general, we're still at a point where we use kind of a deficit model. And that is, oh, this person has autism, but they were able to do. Wasn't it great that they were able to do, even though they have autism? However, I'm seeing increasing numbers of people going to a more strength-based approach and saying, isn't it amazing? Isn't Rob doing amazing work here and there and whatnot? And maybe being autistic informs his work. So it's going about it in a different way. And eventually in media, we'll see autism just as a part of the landscape. So for example, if there's a movie a show, whatever it is, and somebody is seen in a wheelchair, wheeling up to a counter, or just perhaps is an extra, wheeling by on a street, nobody pays any attention to it, and then it's just part of the community. But if an autistic person appears, people still make a big deal about it. It's something that's seen as somewhat unusual, and we'll have gotten there when we see autistic people portrayed in media just like anybody else. So that's what I see for the future, and we're headed there.
Yeah. And you're really part of that, being in that media space and able to really give the directors, people creating this type of media, direction on how we need to get there.
Well, it's an honor to do it.
Yeah. I'm so glad to have you represent our community. Absolutely. Rob, what are your thoughts about that?
Well, my immediate thought from what Steve is saying is from my teacher, Ignacy Goldberg, who is a world famous person on autism and intellectual disabilities. He had a wooden leg from World War II. And he said, why do I have to fight to get an aisle seat when I go to the opera? You know, why does he have to? I mean, why can't there be one or two seats, aisle seats reserved for people who have, you know, a boot on their foot or they can't bend their knee? I mean, why do I have to fight? Why can't it be normalized in a way? And of course, there's a normalization principle from that same year, 1973, from Wolfensberger, I think it was. So
that's a great name, Wolfensberger.
Yeah. So I think his name is Wolfensberger.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
So it's great talking to a professor. You actually remember this stuff. So, and this is going back all those years. And like, yeah, why can't we have, you know, reserved seats kind of in the middle front for people who are a little visually impaired? I mean, why can't that be the norm? So it blends in, you know, we have the wheelchair thing down. You go to Yankee Stadium in a wheelchair, and there is a place where you go and sit. There are good seats. I mean, you know, we have that pretty, you know, we got that, the wheelchair thing. Well, how about like everything else? You know, so that's kind of my, one of the things I want to mention to what, Steve, I'm glad you went first, Steve, because I'm also thinking about giving a voice to people on the spectrum. And you just happened to catch me that I'm writing my third book. And by the way, I'm upset with Danielle right now. I'm just upset with you. You keep on talking about uniquely normal human. You never mention my name, uniquely normal. So I'm like, that's like, okay, I have to, you know, a little.
That's why we needed you here.
To call her in, not out, right?
I can't argue with her. I love
it.
But the book that I'm writing now, which is the manuscript is due September 1st, right? So it's crazy, is that we're interviewing adults who are autistic about their childhood. And this, like Steve's saying, let's give a voice to autistic people in research and films and all of that. And we want to give a voice, a 6-year-old in the class who cannot advocate for themselves because they're 6, but the 30-year-old remembers word for word what happened at 6 because it was traumatic. And we have, I don't know, 50 stories, right? And so, for example, a kid is doing some math and the kid says, I can't do it, right? And it's like, well, you did it yesterday. Why can't you, why can't you do it? And it's like, the kid can't step back and say, listen, teach, I'm a little overwhelmed by all the noise and the lights. I mean, it's just overwhelming. I just really can't do it. I just can't, but so all the kid could say, I can't do it. And the teacher keeps on going and going and going. Of course you can do it. The kid flies pushes the desk over. And I have a video of this. And when you see her face saying, I'm not a violent person. It's like I'm not a violent person, but now she appears to be, and now she's labeled as violent, and now she gets suspended. It's like, so we want to give that voice to the teachers who might have a kid that says, I can't do it, and just believe them. Just like, okay, is there anything I can do? Or, something like that. So it's giving the voice to a population of kids in school, which is exciting because it's a way of enlightening all of us, and empower the parents about their kid. Because I'm a parent too of an autistic kid, and I don't want to say this too loudly. Nobody really listened to me as a parent. You're a parent, but as an advocate, as a specialist, then the school needs to listen to me. So it's a different, of course I didn't have anyone like that, but the parents they should have the more to say. They should be listened to too about their kid. And the kids, of course, should be listened to. That's the first thing. So in terms of the future, I would want to take what Steve said about having people on the spectrum be part of everything, really, in a natural way, without the label, and just have more of that. Just have it universally. So I'm doing my small part. Steve's doing his big part, and Danielle's doing her big part. And I think we're all sort of having the same mission. I see Martin shaking his head, and I think we're all kind of doing this mission that we all have.
I love that. And this is such a great group too, because we really are, we're all such just really strong leaders in our groups and in our communities that we're building, and so just proud to have you all aside me right now and to do this, this closing of this incredible 4-day event. Martin, what do you want to add to this?
That's a good one. And potentially I actually have some encouraging words to say for the autism community, but I'll answer this first. I think in the future, I'd like to see more conferences accept more autistic speakers. I mean, yeah, there's experts, but the most important voices are ours. I've had my fair share of conference rejections, and we deserve to have our voices heard and not be left out. And it's important because we deserve to be included in things, whether that be speaking or working or anything really. And I know that there's some work that needs to be done, but as I've stated, our voice deserves to be heard because we have very important things to share. You can hear from one person, but the autistic person living with that experience has the most important things to share because they're the ones that live with it, if that makes sense.
It's good.
Absolutely.
That's good, Martin. Yeah. I by the way, I was part of one of the largest boards in the country, maybe the world. And we've had, this is just with you, for you, Martin. And we had an autistic representative on the board, but it was, that's why I'm not mentioning the name of the board, but it was like a token. It's like the token autistic. That's how it really felt. The token autistic person who makes her presentation, and it's 3 minutes long, and that was the end of it. And to me, it just felt kind of ugly, and that's kind of what you're saying and what Steve is saying. We don't need the token person to represent, and then everyone could say that, oh, okay, we have it's not, it's not really ideal.
Yeah. We need this. We need this summit right here.
Yeah, we do.
Fun. And next year, whatever those new numbers are going to be, we'll make up a new name for it and go there. That's what we're doing. We're doing a play on numbers. I think it's so special that we're all here together, and you guys are very respected in my, mind and in my work that I do, and just incredible to have you. Danielle, what are your hopes and dreams and good things?
So many things, so many really exciting things that are coming into play in different areas. From recently in Florida, there is a new mandate that all schools have to have some type of autism related training for professional development. And that's just fantastic. And to see more healthcare providers and to get more robust curriculum, diverse curriculum into medical schools would be so fantastic. And really just to continue to have conversations, that we can't be afraid to have conversations. We need to continue to be bold, be loud in our everyday lives, so these conversations become the new normal. I mean, we are part of society that is shaping the now and the future. We can take what we've learned from the past and really shift it into, let's never go back to those ways, and let's just find a place where people can be happy and healthy. I'll never forget one of the lines that stick with me, continues to stick with me. Last year when I went to the disability policy seminar in DC, one of the self-advocates say, we all deserve to thrive, not just survive. And that's what I hope. That's my biggest hope.
I love that. Two Cats Louie Lou says, it's so great to see the growth of the autism community heading in the right direction. You're all such wonderful leaders for us all. We love our audience and our community engagement and letting us know that the information and this amazing collaboration that we have is for purpose, with intention. Another wonderful message from Karen. It's so great to see you and hear you all. Community is so important. Sara, you're so good at bringing people together. Thank you. I love your visions and desires for the future. And I love Karen and their family so much. Chokes me up a little, even to just think of them. So I'm so grateful that this has been, a role that I've got to play, that I get to bring all of these amazing people together to further the life for my own family. I'm selfishly doing this for the intent of helping my son someday, who will be an adult, and I want the world to look like a place that he will fit in perfectly. And I want it to be without label, without having, like you said, Stephen, to make a big deal about it, that he could just be in a place, flap his arms, wear his headphones, and not be considered that he needs to have any kind of access, like lack of access, or maybe looked at differently, and he's just a member of society like we all are. And so that's my hope. That's why, like, my underlie why I'm doing this is for my beautiful family to someday just walk in the world, in my grandchildren, whatever it may be, can have just an easier time. So yeah, that's my 2 cents of the future of everything. Thank you guys so much for joining me for this. We're actually already at the 3:00 hour, so we're done. You guys can go home for the weekend.
And off to Australia.
Australia. Make sure you say hi to all our friends.
All right, thank you, Sara. Good to see everybody.
Safe
travels. Please, if I know, Martin, you want to say some things, so please,
just
share
real
any
quick.
final thoughts you might have.
This one I wrote because I felt it in my heart to share it. And this is for all the autism community. And I know it's probably not as good as last Friday's, but
It's always good.
Thank you. Being autistic is not a burden or weakness. It is a unique gift that allows us to see the world in a different light, to think outside the box, and to bring a fresh perspective to the table. We are not broken or in need of fixing. We are beautifully different, wonderfully complex, and capable individuals. I want to remind every one of you that you are powerful beyond measure. You have the strength, the intelligence, and the resilience to overcome any obstacle that may come your way. Embrace your differences, celebrate your strengths, and let no one dim your light. Together, we can break down barriers, challenge stereotypes, and pave the way for a more accepting society. We have the power to change the world one step at a time. So let us stand tall, speak our truth, and show the world what it truly means to be autistic. Powerful, unstoppable, and incredible. Let us continue to empower each other, uplift one another, and create a future where every individual, regardless of their disability, is valued and respected. Because together we are a force to be reckoned with. So let's show the world what we're made of.
Bravo! I think I even
that
have.
was great.
Thank you.
Beautiful.
I think I literally
I want a copy
have
of that.
something here.
I want a
Good.
copy of this and a video of this.
Yes, please.
Yeah, please do.
Like Martin's.
Thank you.
People.
Wonderful, Martin. Thank you so much.
you.
He always has beautiful, heart-centered, inspirational things to say, and so exciting. And thank you for everyone. Please share where I can give support for my son. Absolutely, we'll have everybody make sure that they put their resources in the comments so you can go and find and connect with anyone that you've seen today. Wow, beautiful. Where our comment section is blowing up at the end. We love that. We love that. Well, it is just so great to know that, we had such special people out there watching and listening and learning. And we always want to find the communities and the people that don't know us that we need to find to share with us. So please share this panel. This is free to access for everyone. You can go to the SJ Child Show YouTube page live tab to find this and past summits available. So I love this. And I love this. Karen says it so reminds me of David. And that's so special. I don't know those of you who knew David Sharif. David passed away about 2 weeks before my first 1 in 44 tour summit. And he was such a big, special part of just my journey and finding my own advocacy and diagnosis and everything. And so every year from that point on, I do a special moment of silence or like an honorarium because he has a book of poetry and I read one of his poems before every summit. So if you want access to see all of those things, please do. And we want David to know that he's a part of every single summit and that he'll always have a space here with us because he really helped shape this for me. So sorry, getting in my emotions. That's where I live all the time.
And if I could add, I think I can also speak for the Global Autism Project when I say that David continues to be with us every time we travel and in all of the partner sites, and just his spirit and love for travel is also with us.
Absolutely. So for those who are no longer with us in this amazing community, we honor, love you, and we remember you. And yeah. And Karen says everyone on this panel knew David in one way or another. And
that's right.
So special. So thank you. Thank you for being here with us, Karen, and letting us just keep that memory alive. And he loved all of you, she said. So this is so special. Oh my goodness. What an incredible way to close today, with just knowing how far we can even just take this one experience of someone who's not even with us, and we still today honor and remember and make space, make meaningful space for him and for all the others to come. And that is what you can find with these incredible individuals here that I've brought you in this summit. I hope that you have all really gained perspective and hope, inspiration, whatever it is. I hope that you let me know, what your takeaways are. Email me or message me and let me know, days later how you're feeling, what you've been thinking about panels that you've heard, and go from there. So give me the feedback. Thank you all so much for joining me for this last closing panel. I'm so honored to close the 4 days off here, and we'll start planning for next year.
Sounds good to me.
Thank you all so much.
Thank you, Sarah.
Yeah,
Bye,
Thank you.
everyone.
definitely.
Thank
Have a
you.
great weekend. Bye,
Good to see you
everyone.
all. Bye.
Be well.
Wow. Oh my goodness. My heart is just so full. I am so grateful for the opportunity and the platform that I've created for myself. It's been so much hard work over the years. So many groups that I joined to introduce myself as a parent. So many businesses I reached out to see if they would be a part of this, to partner with me. I want to give one last shout out to all of our amazing sponsors who helped financially create this summit, help me to maintain the website and all of the, the banner and all of the things that come along with it. Russell Coaching for Students. Please go and find all of their links at streamable.live. There's a sponsor exhibit hall, and you can go and find links to all of these pages. Russell Coaching for Students, ABC Pathways, Ama AI, KNL Speaks, David Lee, Caffeinated Advocate, The Waldman Way, and our beautiful community partners as well. Spark Space Mobile, Tact, AbleView, Understanding Zoe, the International Neurodiversity Resource Center, Iconic, and Golden Healers. There's so many more. There's so many more partners. I just didn't obviously have enough space to put everyone I know on this banner. Otherwise, I would. So if you know me, just imagine your name is there anyways, because I would support you there. Once again, thank you so much. You've done so much hard work to get here, and I'm proud of you and I love you. Thank you, my husband, who has been along my, my partner and been see me planning this endless nights of everything. So thank you so much. Thank you for everyone in the comments that is so generously thank you. I'm so grateful to you and all the great work that you're doing. I probably don't need to read them all out loud, but that's okay. I'm going to. Please share these names, please. Yes. I hope that all of these panels are shared with people who will get value out of them. And of course, for those who aren't in the autistic community, share. Let's teach. Let's get everyone in our communities involved so that we can make greater spaces for everyone. With that, I am signing off. Appreciate all of you, and it's just been such an honor and a pleasure. Until next year, and we'll see you then.